of we'll respond, one death for one death, we'll respond accordingly. Similar to what they've done to us, we'll do the same to them. That's fine. But if they say something that has to do with Tel Aviv, or that they'll strike Tel Aviv, for them, they consider that to be the big red line and something to be escalatory. What do you think, Hadi?
I think because if I mean, it's kind of like impossible in my view for them to go all the way to Tel Aviv because of this. But if they're gonna do something like that, I don't think it's gonna be announced or they're gonna talk about it. It's just gonna happen. So what's gonna if he's gonna say something that surprises me today, he's gonna go around like, uh, probably he's gonna say we're gonna expand our operations all the way to Haifa, for example. Okay, so it's not just gonna be within the rules of engagement anymore. So okay, that's gonna be surprising, but I don't see him saying that right now. So
I've just sent you through an invite, Lev. Be good to have you on stage. Ibrahim, I've just sent you an invite. I know you're coming up as a speaker today. Tariq, what do you expect to hear today?
I actually agree with Hadi and James. I think that the focus would be about Soleimani. And the reason for this is that we saw he did not postpone his speech due to whatever happened in Beirut yesterday. So this is a big indicator that he still wanted to have that speech, which is on Soleimani's anniversary, regardless of what's happening in Lebanon. But definitely will mention what happened in Lebanon and what would or should people expect in terms of he will re-emphasize on the point that he will definitely, or Hezbollah will definitely respond harshly for whatever happened. That's it. Nothing to add on both.
When is
Hadi and
when is the speech? We'll go to Piotr in a bit. Hadi, when is the speech? How many minutes before the speech?
I think it's like in 2 minutes.
It should be starting now, actually.
Just start.
Because
Sorry, what was that voice?
Yeah, it was just started. I'm looking at
Jen.
They should start straight away.
Jen,
they're pretty efficient.
Yeah, Jen, are you there?
No. The speech did not start yet.
I am here, but the speech hasn't started yet.
I see a stage with a microphone, but I don't see anything yet.
Yeah, but the speech hasn't. Hasn't started speaking.
So it could be essentially any minute then. So expect Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, to speak any minute. I want to go to Jen before I go to you, Piotr. Jen, I know you're going to be translating the speech for us as always. What do you expect to hear today? Would love to get your opinion for once, if that's okay. You don't have to share your opinion, Jen. Prefer.
I personally also don't expect any escalation to happen. I don't think it's in anyone's interest at the moment. And I think someone else mentioned that this is going to be mainly about Qasem Soleimani and probably some talk about what happened yesterday in Lebanon and also what happened today in Iran near the Qasem Soleimani shrine. And that's about it.
I agree.
In my opinion.
I agree. I just think it's, if you look at all other indicators over the last few days, weeks and months, nobody, both sides are not trying to escalate things when it comes to the northern border, Hezbollah and Iran. We saw Israel be clear in their statements that they haven't targeted any Lebanese or anyone from Hezbollah. That was yesterday. And then we've got, has there been any statements, Hadi, James, any statements from the Hezbollah side yet? Anything at all?
There's been one statement where they said that this is a violation from Israel and this is like breaking the rules of engagement and they're going to respond to that definitely. So they did say definitely they're going to respond to what
that was a statement today. Yeah, I remember that was a statement today, but nothing being.
Yeah, so that was the one.
Yeah, I think we read that in the last.
But basically, if you want to know what Hezbollah is thinking, usually at the beginning of every statement they start with a Quranic verse. Honestly, this is the first time I see Hezbollah using this verse from the Quran regarding what happened yesterday. I truly believe Sayed Hassan will be not necessarily escalating, but he will definitely talk about the retaliation regarding the assassination yesterday, the engagement, the rules of engagement that Sayed Hassan drew 8 months ago were very clear. If any assassination happens in Lebanon, regardless if it's Palestinian, Lebanese, Syrian, whatever, we will retaliate, and it will be at the same size of what happened in Lebanon yesterday. It will be equal to what happened in Lebanon yesterday.
Piotr? Piotr, you there? You got to unmute, man. Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Okay. Yes, the app is glitchy. Yeah, you know, as I said yesterday in another space, or maybe with you, I can't remember. It was escalation isn't a continuous thing. You can reach a certain level of heightened tension, and then you sort of stick around that. And I think we've been at that heightened tension since the last speeches that were given in November, right? I differ slightly in that I don't know whether this is going to be a big. I don't think it's just going to be about Soleimani. I think a large proportion of it is going to be about what happened yesterday. I don't really feel that Hezbollah would have made a public address otherwise, because yesterday was significant. It was a direct assault on, you know, their backyard, quote unquote. It's a seismic loss for Hamas, which is the entity they were. I know you can call it grooming if you want, and it puts them in the spotlight in a way that they haven't really been for a while. And you know, people who are looking on this from a certain angle, i.e., opposed to the Israeli perspective, are going to want Hezbollah to do something, but they don't have many options more than simply increasing the amount of missile strikes and so on. And the last point is just that they said that they were going to launch a missile strike against Tel Aviv yesterday, but they didn't. So are they going to follow through because of what's happened in Iran now? I do think there might be reference to what's happened in the past couple of hours, but yeah, I remain a little bit apprehensive, but I don't think it necessarily means we're going to suddenly see second front open. But I think we could see some pretty strong words in it, for sure.
Piotr, excuse me, who said the missiles will be launched to Tel Aviv?
There were reports yesterday that Hezbollah was saying that they would strike Tel Aviv.
That's not
Yeah,
true.
that's just
And I can
rumors.
explain why that's
was
not
that
Yeah,
rejected?
rumor.
Okay,
It wasn't
sorry.
rejected, but was not. There was no credible sources. So maybe how do you know more?
Basically, the only source people are using is this Twitter X account. It's called sh_Nasrallah. It's supposedly the Twitter account for Sayed Hassan Nasrallah, which is completely not true. It's just a fanboy based in the Gulf country. He keeps posting some stuff that are completely not true.
Yeah, I remember
it was picked up by the news.
Yeah, exactly. So the credible news platforms were referencing that quote, Hadi.
Yes, they were referencing the same account, and they start referencing each other later. So one outlet took it, and the other outlets were quoting the same outlet, and that's how it started.
Okay, voice.
Yeah, I think that will basically he will probably use the ideology of Soleimani to somehow draw a parallel line to the response that might come. I think that he will empathize that the response will be strong, that the Zionist enemy is operating on a Lebanese land. There will definitely be a reference to the line crossing that he mentioned prior to the attack, because he would like to be consistent with the people who are listening. But I think he's going to redraw a line, and I actually believe that there won't be a huge surprise, but I do believe that this time around he will probably say that this attack will be different, that it won't be just ending in missiles and whatever, that the next response might be a little bit more crucial to Israel and a little bit more determined than the other times around. This is what I think.
I appreciate that voice. Amir, what do you think would expect to hear today? And has there been, maybe Amir, while you're answering as well, has there been any updates on the Iranian front? Any news, any statements at all?
Mario, it has just been the Iranian president statement that was posted by your account, so it's fine, nothing new yet. But
the statement, is that the one sentence statement?
No, the full one.
Okay, so by the president. I didn't. Yeah, the team posted it, not me, so I didn't see it. But the president himself made a full statement.
Yes, he just the basic thing is that we will take revenge from whoever did it, and like this is terrible. I think if this attack on Iran didn't happen today, we would have seen a different speech. But I might be wrong. But I think what happened in Iran today might be the second red line from the resistance front, and
But they've Amir, they've said what the red line prior is if the war continues. And it was like what was the initial red line? Like if they enter Gaza, that was the first red line. And if the war continues, or how far this escalates, and then if they continue going deeper into Gaza, and then every red line is getting crossed by Israel, because Israel's mission is pretty clear. We're gonna go all the way until Hamas is completely destroyed. And Hezbollah has not escalated things. Iran hasn't escalated things, or barely escalated things within still the rules of conduct. Why would this one be different if they cross this red line? What Ibrahim is
Mario,
referring to.
the things that you just mentioned, yes, they were not like a battlefront red lines or the rules of engagement. Hitting Beirut is the real red line. Doing something within Iranian soil is the real red line. Those stuff were mostly talk.
Yeah.
As anybody would assume.
I want to go.
That's
I want to go to Ibrahim. Go ahead.
But Sayed Hassan didn't say that, Mario. Sayed Hassan said if the Palestinian resistance in Gaza is losing, then we will enter the fight.
But didn't they initially say, Ibrahim? Didn't they initially say that if whether them or the Iranians said that if Israel enters Gaza, but they were always vague in those statements, but they kind of implied initially.
No, Mario, that was the foreign minister of Iran at the beginning of the war. He said that if they enter Gaza, things might escalate. He did not draw a red line. That was not the red line, because everyone knew they were going to
go. And you're saying Beirut is a red line. You're saying Beirut is a red line. Okay.
Yeah. Beirut has always been in every single. Just a second. In every single time he spoke, in every time he talked, any attack on the sovereignty of Lebanon in Beirut is considered a major red line, and it's been a no-no zone since 2006. So that we need to pinpoint that's a very hard line in terms of Hezbollah for a long time. So hard.
We have.
It's part of the reason why I'm quite apprehensive, to be honest, because we've just seen two pretty major, albeit independent events. But it was what I was talking about in the other space earlier, which is in events with Israel and Gaza and the severity of it, it causes instability in pockets of conflict or whatever, tension at random intervals. And if this continues at the pace that it's going, I worry that it could all just sort of blur into sort of like, we've just got chaos everywhere, you know what I mean? And I think Hezbollah are definitely taking into consideration that yesterday's event is major. What's just happened in Iran and their support, their proxy supporter is feeling the pressure as well, and sort of they're just like, well, it's time for us to act, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think is it fair to say, Eric, maybe you can give us your thoughts on this, and Hadi and Alex, good to have you as well. Is it fair to say that if Hezbollah does not escalate things now, they'll never escalate things till this war is over, unless Israel escalates first?
That's a great question, Mario. What I would say is this, we're talking about red lines. Each side has their red lines. Some are being enforced and some are not. When it comes to Hezbollah, I agree wholeheartedly that hitting Beirut is a major red line for them. However, there's a caveat here. The target was not Hezbollah. So that sort of, muddies the waters a little bit in terms of how Hezbollah will make its decision-making with regards to a response. But more so than that, Israel also has red lines. And what I came up here to say and to include, to share, is that Israel is going through its own scenario planning. The IDF is likely putting together a number of levels of escalation, levels of types of responses that Hezbollah may engage in, both with regards to what happened in Beirut and with all recent events. Musavi is another one that will be connected and has been connected to what's been going on. And of course, everything that's going on in Gaza. So Israel likely has a number of levels of scenarios of what Hezbollah may do in terms of its response, and how Israel in turn and the IDF in turn will respond. But to your specific question, look what happened after the attack on Soleimani. And there have been, you can go as far back as to the assassination of Imad Mounia in Syria. When did Hezbollah actually respond to that? Was there really a response to that? Did it come, time and place later? Was it too far after the event to actually even matter or even be connected back to that event? So it's a great question. I think if time goes on and there really isn't a response, then you might not actually see one.
When was Mounia killed? It was 2008, no?
2008, that's right, in Syria and Damascus. It was allegedly joint operation between the United States and
it took. And how long did it take Hezbollah to respond to that?
See, that's the thing. In my own historical knowledge, I don't think they ever really did. I don't remember anything that was dramatic enough to, maybe they connected something, but I don't think it ever made even a blip on the radar.
But that Hezbollah is good to point out. Hezbollah today is very different to Hezbollah in 2008. But it just
100%. That was 2 years after removed from the second level. It was a very different situation.
But Mario, who said Hezbollah didn't retaliate? It doesn't have to be on the news. It's that simple.
No, but if it's a major retaliation, it doesn't even need to be on the news because we'd all know about it. I'm not saying it never retaliated, but I'd say what happened. We can talk about whether they retaliated, when they retaliated, how aggressive that retaliation was. But that's in 2008. Now we're almost 20 years down the 15 years later. So yeah, Hezbollah today is very different to 2008. A lot stronger. I do want to ask a question to Wajih. Wajih, you woke up late, couldn't join our Iran space. Have you looked at all the news, your thoughts on these explosions? Because that was what we were covering earlier and probably what Nasrallah will comment on today in his speech.
Yes, I am all caught up to what has happened in Israel, in Iran. What happened there is obviously a terrorist attack. We still need more information on who's responsible. I do believe that there are two very possible options that are very, very like 50-50 on each of them. One would be an inside terrorist attack, and or something to take down the Iranian government, or something from the Iranian government.
Do you think it's unlikely to be Israel?
I think it could be Israel. Like there is a good possibility that Israel is very responsible for that. That's the other option.
Is that to weaken is that to drag Iran into the war, or to weaken the Iranian government? If it is Israel,
it's probably to distract the Iranian government with its own people, but that would actually that wouldn't help Israel in that case, in that scenario. That's why it's a 50-50, or it could be a rogue up from the Israeli side. That's also very possible.
So we have Putin. Just a quick point: we do have Putin has offered his condolences to. Well, it's interesting that no one's really pointing any fingers, which is good to see because they're waiting for the fact. So it shows two things. I can't see anyone, not even Turkey, is pointing fingers towards Israel. So number one is Israel's unlikely to be behind this, and the good thing is that is unlikely to lead to further escalation. And number two,
that's really interesting. Actually, calmer heads are prevailing. Even Putin, with his escalatory and provocative rhetoric, is not wanting to see regional
exactly.
Really,
that's the second point I wanted to say, is that on the other side, that even if it wasn't Israel, Iran and Iranian allies, or anyone that's against Israel, could use this as an opportunity to point the finger towards Israel. And that they're not even doing that. So it shows that both sides are not looking for escalation.
It doesn't appear they're doing that, Mario. Exactly. It seems that this was either MEK, another internal anti-regime element, possibly ISIS. I've been seeing rumors that ISIS is claiming responsibility, but they've claimed responsibility for many things in the past that they've never had even a hand in. So I think it's very highly unlikely that Israel is even involved in this.
Yeah. So the speech, they're doing the intros now. So the speech. Sorry, just looking at some news coming in.
I'm also curious if this is going to be a really long speech from. Because the last one we did.
So hold on, so Mossad commentary just put out a post from U.S. intelligence said that ISIS is behind the attacks in Iran, and apparently 200 people are killed. So I'm not sure about the source. Yes,
what I know for sure, it was 2 suitcases.
Yeah, so the account.
My sources say
the account here is Mossad commentary. Not sure if you guys know Mossad commentary, Mossad IL. And they've put it.
It is not a very reliable source, Mario. It is an account that has gotten a lot of things right, but he also got some of the stuff wrong. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, that sounds like every intelligence analyst, James.
He's a Nosnet account, so he's an account that goes and get information from public spaces and try to get some information. He has gotten a lot of very big information, really, really well and very accurate. But yeah,
Yes,
I mean,
so others that where he quoted sources and it didn't exist.
Sure.
And just to pinpoint another point, Mario, about specifically who came out. The only person that came out and did actually blame the blame Israel directly is the vice president of Iran. He went on a speech, Al Jazeera reported it, saying that it's a Zionist entity that has attacked us and we retaliate accordingly. He's the only one that talked about
Sure.
it.
Interesting.
So if I could just hop
ahead,
in and
Alex.
catch a couple folks up that are there. Hey, thanks, Mario. So for those who were joining, if you were in the space earlier today, there's been a bunch of questions. Who's responsible? What happened?
I think sorry, Alex. The speech. I think someone just said the speech started. Sorry to interrupt you,
I'll
Alex.
pause. Go ahead, Mario. Sorry.
Thanks. Jennifer, has it started?
It's going to start now, Mario, in like less than 1 minute.
Okay.
They are basically introducing.
Mario, you're streaming it in English, right?
Yeah, Jennifer will be translating for us. Yes.
Amazing.
She's incredible. She's better Hassan Nasrallah himself, to be honest, at speaking. So Jennifer, just unmute when it starts. But yeah, Alex, I'll let you speak, and then Jennifer will just interrupt you as soon as it begins.
All right, I'll try to do this quick with the New York speech here. Just in terms of what we know, couple of explosions, 200 dead, allegedly placed either in trash cans or nearby. Word came out it was either remote or command detonated, right? And it wore that it had been placed there. There was some comments that it was originally a suicide bombing, then that was sort of walked back. If you haven't been familiar with it, suicide bombings are not things that are traditionally done by Shia militants. That's not normal. It's only been 2 or 3 instances since the 80s, which would then again point towards something else. And then the analysis of where it was and the day it took place. Again, this being Soleimani's funeral. Who benefits from this? What's the symbolism here? Why would they do that? It doesn't really benefit Israel. It doesn't make sense from a strategic standpoint, which were some, assertions that were made. There are also assertions that this area in Iran is not a place that ISIS could really strike easily. So it doesn't really fit a fact pattern very clearly for any particular group. It does point, based on piece of information, that it could be several different either state sponsors, either state actors or non-state actors that are responsible. But at this point, we simply don't really know enough to say definitively one way or the other. And it doesn't appear that anybody's really claimed responsibility at this point. So the only things we do know is where it was placed, the timing, casualties, the fact that it was civilians that appear to have been targeted at this point, unless there was a missed target. This was supposed to be a group of senior, regime officials, which we haven't heard anything about. So anything other than that right now is sort of speculative.
Yeah, I think it's been interesting actually, just whilst we wait for the speech, is that ISIS have done this in a few capacities, and I know Mir's got a slightly different view because it's the severity of it. This is like the worst death toll I think Iran's faced in a long time. So it'd be very interesting to see how this was done and exactly which groups were involved. I even read someone speculating that maybe it was multiple entities that partook in it because it's such a large scale day and also impact. But yeah, it's difficult to tell, I think, at the moment.
Yes.
Okay, it started.
Perfect. Jennifer, are you there? Has he started speaking yet? Whoever said that.
No, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
And I'll get the Al Jazeera link just in case as a backup. Guys, have the Al Jazeera link they're translated, even though their translation is pretty rubbish. I have it ready. But he's apparently started.
Yes, now he's online.
Okay. Jennifer? Jennifer, are you there?
He hasn't spoken
okay,
yet.
okay.
His face is on the screen.
Okay. And how long do these speeches usually take, guys? Hadi, James, when he's talking about the Soleimani's assassination?
I mean, usually events and so on, it takes around 40 minutes if it's events. But if he's going to go on and talk about what Iran and Beirut, it's going to take a bit more, probably.
Settle in, I think. Get yourself a cup of tea.
Allah protect you all. I seek refuge in Allah from the cursed Satan. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the merciful. Praise be to Allah, Lord of the worlds. And may the peace and blessings of Allah be upon our Master and Prophet, the last of the Prophets, Abi al-Qasim Muhammad bin Abi Abdullah, and upon his virtuous and the pure kin and his good chosen kith, and may the peace and blessings of God be upon you all. God says, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in his holy book, if you are touched by virtue. If we hear these verses today, 1,400 years later, it might be difficult to implement them. So if you are hit by virtue, you will hurt them. And if you are hit by catastrophe, they will say that their right has been fulfilled and they will rejoice. So say, we will only be hit by what God has written for us. He is the master of our faith. And we should put our full faith in.
It just cut out, Jennifer. Just by the way, you've just cut out.
We will stay.
You're back now.
Waiting. And we're going to wait and see what things will end to. And God subhanahu wa ta'ala also says, do not fear pain because they will feel the same pain you are feeling. And do not think you seek from God what they don't ask God. God is the wisest of all. In our holy meeting today, my speech will be divided into several points, starting with a eulogy and followed by an address commenting on the occasion. And third, I'm going to comment on the battle happening in Gaza and the region. And lastly, I'm going to talk about Lebanon and the battle in Lebanon, from Lebanon, against Lebanon, and the latest attack in Beirut's southern suburb. First, allow me to renew my condolences and my congratulations for the martyrdom of Hajj Qasim Soleimani, the great leader, and the companions from Iran who were also slain on that day in Baghdad, as well as Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, as well as his companions, his Iraqi companions who also fell martyrs and were slain on the airport road in Baghdad. I also extend my condolences to their families. From Lebanon, I extend my condolences and my congratulations. I offer you my condolences for losing your loved ones, and I congratulate you for having them receive this medal of honor, and that is martyrdom. And today there was an attack nearby the shrine of Qasim Soleimani in Tehran. Those celebrating or commemorating his martyrdom, both women, children, and men have fallen in the attack. According to the latest numbers, we have more than 80 martyrs and more than 160 injured. I also offer my condolences to the families of these martyrs who have fallen for the same cause under the same battle that has been waged by Hajj Qasim Soleimani. Today, we are torn between happy occasions and sad occasions, but this has been our life, and this will continue to be our life. Allow me first to congratulate and to offer my blessings for our fellow Christians for the birth of our Prophet Isa, who upon returning to this world will be a sign of salvation for everyone, for all the oppressed and for all those suffering and in pain. I also offer my congratulations for the new year, and I ask God subhanahu wa ta'ala to help everyone overcome their diverse challenges of life, economically, financially, politically, militarily, etc., and for them to have a better year than those who have preceded it. I also would like to congratulate all Muslims. All Muslim women and men, particularly women, for the birth of Sayyida al-Zahra Fatima. She is the daughter of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and she will remain the lady of heaven and the lady of the worlds. We also extend our condolences and express our deepest sadness for losing a great brother and friend, the martyr of the jihad and the resistance, similar to Hajj Muhammad Yaghi and others. I extend my condolences to all my brothers and sisters, especially to our family in Bekaa, where he spent most of his service, most of his years in service. Allow me to say here that Hezbollah is planning on holding a festival on Friday in the afternoon, and I, God willing, will be addressing the crowd, and this will help me also tackle some of the topics I planned for today on Friday. So I will postpone some of the topics I intended to talk about today until Friday, and I will divide the topics accordingly. I also want to extend my condolences and my congratulations on the martyrdom of Colonel Radia al-Musawi, who fell a martyr in Syria in a Zionist airstrike. This jihadist, pure, content brother, I have known him for more than 30 years. He was a help, he was a supporter, he was a strong aid, and he always loved to be seen as a servant of this cause and the servant of the resistance. I also, so I therefore extend my condolences to our Supreme Leader Khamenei, to our brothers and the Revolutionary Guard, the people of Iran, for their sacrifice and for their martyrs. The Iranian people, since the revolution in the 60s, have not stopped offering martyrs over the years. And which brings me to the latest incident, and offer and extend my condolences and congratulations for the martyrdom of Sheikh Saleh Al-Aruri, the deputy commander of the political bureau of Hamas and Lebanon, and his companions who have fallen martyrs yesterday in a heinous Israeli attack against the southern suburb of Beirut on the same night when Hajj al-Qasim and Hajj al-Mahdi were killed. So I extend my condolences to all my brothers, Ismail Haniya, and all my other brothers in the Hamas movement. I extend my condolences to the family of Sheikh Saleh and the Palestinian people and the families of all of those slain with him. I pray to you. I pray for your patience. They have shown how much they have put their patience in God. And I pray that God cast his blessings and his peace upon these martyrs. In the last part of the speech, I will tackle the assassination, specifically the assassination of Sheikh Saleh, who has relentlessly dedicated his life to resistance, jihad, and good action. He was exiled, he was imprisoned, and lastly, his path and his journey culminated in this noble and great martyrdom. I remember when Mr. Abbas or Master Abbas was martyred. Supreme Leader Al Khamenei said that the best or the greatest thing anyone can wish for and receive is to be slain at the hand of those who murder and slay prophets. This is the case of our martyrs today. And allow me in this case also to extend my condolences and my congratulations to all the martyrs who have fallen across the land in Gaza, to the West Bank, from children, women, men, to the martyrs in Iraq who have fallen in the US attack against the jihadists of the resistance, the martyrs in Syria who have fallen under the airstrikes of Israel, to also the martyrs of the sea in Yemen. And you are yet to know the glory of these martyrs before the eyes of God, all the way to the martyrs in Lebanon, the martyrs of the Lebanese army, Lebanese civilians, and all the injured, all of those martyrs who have fallen on the path to Quds. I extend my condolences and my congratulations to their family, to their steadfast families who hold on to their faith in everywhere across the land, in Iraq, in Syria, in Yemen, in Iran. And today we hear from the mother and the sisters of Sheikh Saleh. They all have the same message to send, the readiness to stand patient, the readiness to withstand the difficulties and the pain for the sake of this martyrdom and for the sake of Allah. All of these families, all of these wives and sisters and brothers, the displaced, the frontliners, the fighters who are still on the front lines. And I tell you today, irrespective of what the Israeli enemy is saying, the frontliners who are still fighting on the front line are holding their ground. I extend my gratitude to them all. I express my love. We express our love and our gratitude for their sacrifice. We tell them that your blood, your patience, and your sacrifice will only yield blessed results that will only generate goodness for Lebanon, Palestine, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, Iran, and the entire region and the entire Ummah. whether you took part in these actions or not. Moving on to the second topic of my speech. On Friday, I will be talking about other topics, more Lebanese related. So allow me to extend on this topic. What we're seeing today in Gaza and all the battles of the resistance axis, we have or we enjoy the presence and the spirit, the motivation, the persistence, the determination, and the presence, the strong presence of Haj Qasem Soleimani. The martyrs today who have fallen in Kerman remind me also of a quote by Supreme Leader Khamenei, who says that it seems that Qasem Soleimani as a martyr is more of a source of fear to the Zionists dead than alive. Today, Qasem Soleimani as a martyr is seen everywhere, and this is why they are chasing him all the way to the grave, killing his pilgrims. Qasim Soleimani, the martyr, has become has had more impact to his life after his death. We see on all front lines, in the faces of our fighters, our martyrs, our leaders, in our missiles, in our bombs, in the tears of children, the patience of women, and this unmatched resilience. Qasim Soleimani is very much present in this battle. And what we see today is the fruit of his sacrifices, the sacrifices over 20 years at least, ever since he became the commander of the Quds Force in the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, which of course bears the responsibility of communicating with resistance axes and resistance forces through the revolutionary Islamic Republic of Iran. So allow me to summarize in two grand titles, which will take me to Abu Mahdi. First, the first grand title, supporting the resistance forces in the region and the resistance axis countries in the region. He believed in all of these forces. His approach was the following: supporting, sustaining, arming, training, educating the resistance forces in the region, and as a sign of loyalty, he always used to strive for the self-sufficiency of all resistance forces in the region. Usually, when a country supports forces and groups around the region, they do not want them to become self-sufficient. They want them to remain dependent. But Haj Qasem Soleimani always planned for the contrary. He always wanted the resistance forces to become self-sufficient, to rely after God subhanahu wa ta'ala on their own production, on their own experiences, on their own men, on their own planners, their own brains, in order to relinquish the support and the aid of the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is the path he worked for. Today, if we take a few examples, I'm going to mention a few. For example, in Palestine, So the planners and to relinquish the aid and assistance provided by the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is how he continued to work. Today, for example, if we take some of the examples from around the region, in Palestine, especially after the year 2000, Hamas movement and the remaining resistance forces, but particularly the jihad, the Islamic Jihad, and the Hamas movement. And this is no longer a secret. It was publicly stated by Hamas and the jihad. The financial support, the military support, the exchange of experiences, capacity building, training, etc., etc. All of these activities, all of these creations, all of these accomplishments that we are seeing on the ground in Gaza today were not born or today, were not made today. They have been in the making of at least 20 years of strong action done by Hamas factions and the Jihad factions, accompanied by Al-Hajj Qasim and along every step of the way. Another model of that is the Iraqi resistance, the Islamic resistance in Iraq. After the year 2003, when some youth groups from Iraq have taken the option of fighting the occupation American forces, they found assistance and aid and refuge in Haj Qasim Soleimani. He was not hesitant in providing all assistance, arms, finances, capacity building, and information and experience exchanges, among otherwise. To the Al-Hashd al-Shabi, or the popular mobilization forces in Iraq. And even before that, he was a central figure alongside Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis in coordinating the work and communicating with the resistance factions in Iraq, which has produced a historic victory later on. On a similar day, dear brothers and sisters, the American occupation forces withdrew from Iraq in 2011 under the title of agreeing with the Iraqi government, but it was compelled into this decision to withdraw its forces because of the resistance that it had faced from 2003 until 2011. This resistance is well known in its people and its leaders and its supporters. Back then, the US had issued several threats that they would hit the headquarters of the Quds Force in Tehran and in Karash, and they will kill Haj Qasim wherever they find him. But this has not prevented him from supporting the Iraqi resistance factions, which have culminated or contributed to this victory. And these factions have become later the core of the popular mobilization forces when Daesh, which was created by the US, almost occupied Iraq, which would have brought the US occupation of Iraq to the table once again. The second title that I would like to focus on in the works of Haj Qasim Soleimani was a rather innovative action, a very important innovative action. And that is the ability to network, to establish these honest, strong, trusting, and emotional connections and relationships between the resistance forces in the region. The axis and the front of the resistance was built over the past few years. That's when we were able to really start talking about the axis of the resistance. Back then, years before, this was not the case. It was founded with the blessing of Haj Qasim Soleimani, who was a central figure that has provided the communication, the connection, the networking, the coordination, the collaboration, the bonding between the leaders and the different resistance forces. He, as a general, as a central persona, was in his interest, maybe it was in his interest maybe to actually limit the communication to himself, but on the contrary, he was very much aware to bring about direct relationships between the different resistance factions in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Palestine, etc., through meetings, through cooperation, coordination, exchanges of thoughts, opinions, information, and experiences in order to come to a single and unified strategic vision for the region and for the conflict in the region. And I think this was creative and innovative. What many don't understand is that the axis of the resistance is not similar to other axes where one person is in charge of issuing orders left and right, telling these people to stop, telling these people to start killing, telling these people to escalate, others to de-escalate, others to enter the political game. If we want to describe our our axis of resistance is based on a strategic vision, strategic principles, and here I support what Haj Hussein Salame has said during the funeral of Radi al-Musawi in Tehran. There is a clear strategic vision, clear strategic principles. The enemies are known, the friends are known, the objectives are clear. Where are we taking the region? What is in the interest of the people in the region? Where will the region
Jen. So just to point out so far while waiting for Jen to connect again. But you're back. You're back, Jen.
Our strategic aim is to actually bring the decision in the hands of each and every state in the region to take the decision of a war and peace in line with regional strategic vision and in line, of course, with the national interests because the resistance in Lebanon is different than that of Syria, of Iraq, of Yemen, of Palestine, etc. So every movement has its intricacies. This model and this formula stipulates that no force has to have any supremacy over another. We can learn from each other's experiences, but we make decisions ourselves in our own countries in line with the interests of our countries, of our respective countries, and the strategic vision that we share. Of course, unfortunately, in the Arab world, some political leaders, some authors, some writers, some journalists cannot comprehend this strategy, this formula, and this is why they always misanalyze based on erroneous information. They would tell you right away, for example, when Ansarullah or the brothers in Yemen, or when the courageous leader Abdel Malik al-Houthi decide to wage the battle of the Red Sea in order to break the siege over Gaza, some people don't comprehend what is happening, and they would immediately jump to the conclusion that Iran has asked Abdel Malik al-Houthi to take such a decision. When Hezbollah decides to open a front against Israelis to help the people in Gaza, they would not comprehend the reason, and they would immediately analyze it as Iran asking or requesting Hezbollah to open a front against Israel. The same thing, when the same thing happens in Syria and Iraq, they would not even comprehend, and they would assume that it is an Iranian decision. Anywhere around the world, when a resistance force, a political force, a national struggle force is supported intentionally or unintentionally, they often turn these resistance forces into tools. And these forces, these people would be monopolized, would be used, would be blackmailed, so to speak, with money and with support, thus turning into slaves. But with the experience of the axis of the resistance, there are no slaves. There are only masters, honorable masters and leaders who are creating this victory today. This is the formula we follow. So this is why they cannot understand, they cannot comprehend that what the resistance is doing and what its forces are doing are basically their own decisions based on their sense and principles of loyalty and devotion. And this model of resistance in the region is actually unprecedented in the history of mankind. And this is why this model can be a source of hope for victory, and it was indeed capable of creating these victories. Along this path that we have followed. And this is why in my first speech after the 7th of October, when I said that the Al-Aqsa flood was a Palestinian project execution action, and that we were unaware of the plan, this does not mean that we were sidelining ourselves from the Al-Aqsa floods, from the Al-Aqsa flood. From that moment, I wanted to say, do not bring Al-Aqsa flood and the historic actions of Al-Aqsa flood in your misinterpretations whenever you link them right away to Iran's nuclear program, the US, etc., and all of your other misinterpretations. This method, this formula, this innovative formula, which can be which stems from the great thoughts and suggestions of the Supreme Leader Al Khamenei, Qasem Soleimani was very much present in executing this formula and in suggesting this innovative formula for the resistance axis. This is the truth of this great leader. And this is why the path of resistance forces in the year 2000 in Lebanon, in 2006 as well, in Gaza, the liberation of Gaza, and the resistance and resilience against the wars that have been waged against Gaza. Also, the attacks that have been waged against the resistance forces in Iraq. Unfortunately, this day has been lost in internal conflict in Iraq, and it must be commemorated in order to honor the martyrs that have fallen in Iraq and who have sacrificed their lives to liberate the sacred land. Also, the ultimate resilience in Yemen and in Syria, those are all the achievements of this formula and of the resistance axis in its current form. The most ultimate representation of the axis and unfortunately, the biggest challenge for the resistance axis has been over the past few months through the Al-Aqsa flood. The Al-Aqsa flood, which started on October 7th, as we all know, it was started by the Al-Qassam Brigade fighters alongside other Palestinian armed factions such as the Islamic Jihad. Allow me also to say that the reasons behind Al-Aqsa flood has been elaborated by the Hamas leaders, and I have touched upon these reasons as well. With everything that relates to the oppression of the Palestinian people, the threats and attacks against Al-Aqsa Mosque, against the displacement of Palestinians in the West Bank, the continuous siege of Gaza, and the support for internal strife in Gaza by pushing people to the brink. All of these reasons have become clear. On the 8th of October, Hezbollah entered the battle on the northern front of occupied Palestine, the southern Lebanese front, extending over 100 kilometers, over 100 kilometers. After that, the resistance forces in Iraq joined the battle by targeting the Zionists with rockets against Eilat and against the US as well. The Yemeni resistance forces also joined the battle, but the quantum move came from the Red Sea, and the major challenge imposed by the Yemenis in the Red Sea. It is a very strong and brave and highly impactful move. I know that you are aware of the situation. I'm not going to repeat on events that you are probably very aware of. According to what is happening, what has been happening for the past 3 months, we have been seeing images of martyred people, displaced people in the south of Lebanon, in Gaza, and the West Bank, a scene of danger and threat. Aside from that, we can see scenes of patience resistance, steadfastness, persistence, determination, challenge, resilience, and the unwillingness to surrender. And this comes from Gaza, followed by other areas of the resistance axis. If I don't want to try and drown in the details. We're gonna go to a broader picture and start seeing the situation from a broader perspective. When we see the scale of achievements that have been secured so far, add to that what could be achieved in the future days, only then we can realize and we can understand and be more grateful of the scale of sacrifices that have been offered in Gaza, the West Bank, Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, Yemen, etc. In brief, I'm going to go over the titles very briefly and very fastly. And I only gathered some of the points I wanted to mention, and this is based on sources from Israeli generals, authors, experts, strategists from the Islamic world, from the US, also some quotes and by some major leaders and scholars in the region. I just want to show you the scale of these sacrifices and the scale of the achievements that have been achieved, which will highly impact the future of Palestine, the Palestinian cause, and Lebanon, and the region as a whole, of course. So first, reviving the Palestinian cause after it had been nearly forgotten. And now people all over the world have been talking again about a solution to the Palestinian cause. Before the Al-Aqsa flood, the Palestinian cause was nearly forgotten, with the exception of some celebrations on a yearly basis. Second, killing or basically casting fail or proving the Zionist points or the Zionist opinion erroneous when it comes to the failure and the tiredness of the Palestinian people. The Al-Aqsa flood operation has given proof that the Palestinian people will always remain resilient. This idea and this bet by the Zionists that Palestinians will forget, will grow tired, and will forget their land, etc., has proven to be very erroneous through the Al-Aqsa flood. The Israelis now have a clear vision, a clear view that they are fighting a people that will never forget their sacred land, their culture, their history, their cause. After 75 years of oppression, of displacement, of exile, and of dire and difficult living circumstances, the Palestinian people have proven that they will never forget their cause. Third, the approval of the resistance among the Palestinian people, despite the catastrophes and the attacks, and despite using these attacks to actually exempt Israel from its crimes in Gaza. All of these attempts have been proven wrong, and failed attempts they actually thought that these attacks will get the Palestinian people to blame Hamas, to blame the resistance axis and the resistance forces, but the surveys only prove that Palestinian people have grown more in favor of Hamas and other Palestinian resistance factions, and now Hamas actually enjoys the highest rates of approval amongst the Palestinian people versus previous years. Five, the shattering of Israel's image around the world, which had been carefully created and catered by Israel and the US, along with some some Arab media outlets who have been attempting to polish Israel's image and showcase it as a democracy, a state of human rights and governance and rule of law. Today, after what had happened, Israel has fallen ethically, culturally, in the eyes of the peoples of the world. Israel has become the murderer of children, a cause for displacement and hunger, an oppressor. An intimidator and the state responsible for the biggest genocide in our recent history. And of course, this will have a great impact on the conflict in our region. Recently, there have been surveys published in the US amongst the American youth. So imagine the youth that does
So
not
he's going to be doing point
hear
four
our point
shortly.
of
The
view,
main
but
point.
actually have been exposed to pro-Zionist media outlets. So even those youth have actually been awakened to the suffering of the people of Gaza through social media, which have been used to actually tarnish and destroy the image of humanity and resistance. But now this social media has actually been used to achieve the completely opposite thing. 75% now of the youth call for ending the genocide against Palestinians and giving the Palestinian people their rights. But now some people are even calling for abolishing the state of Israel. So imagine this shift in the US public opinion and to what extent the Aqsa flood has contributed to it.
So now we're going to the last part, the most important,
Also,
starting in a couple of minutes. Go ahead, Jen.
what has been another achievement that has been secured through Al Aqsa flood was breaking the course of normalization and diplomatic negotiations between Israel and other people. Also, for the case of Lebanon, sometimes we are held accountable by the US and by European countries about the importance of complying with the international law and how we should follow international decisions and the decisions of the international community. But through Al Aqsa flood, we actually saw who is really defying the will of the international community. 153 countries around the world, major countries around the world, call for or decide in the UN for a comprehensive ceasefire in Gaza. Israel has actually not implemented any of these decisions. So regarding all of the decisions that have been taken at the UN, Israel has actually breached all of them. There hasn't been any international resolution that hasn't been breached by Israel over the past 2 months. Of course, the USA is an accomplice in this case on monopolizing the decisions of the international community. So, based on these achievements and based on these results, that we should look at the situation. I think also you all imagine and you all remember before the Al-Aqsa flood, the different attacks that were taking place against Gaza for the sake of prevention. By conducting these continuous attacks, Israel is technically intimidating and preventing all neighboring countries from taking action in fear of retaliation. This is the title in which Israel rejoices, or basically prides itself, that it is a force of prevention. But after Al-Aqsa flood, after the Yemen front has been opened, the Lebanese front has been opened, this prevention, this Israeli prevention has been falling. When Hamas and other factions have carried out Al-Aqsa flood, on the 7th of October, they were very aware of the reaction of
So Jennifer, while she's coming back on, part 4, which is the final part, has I think just
when
started.
it opened the front on the 8th of October. It has not been prevented. It only grew more courageous and more bold and more ready to intervene. Also, Yemen, when it has made the decision to take this step forward, it did not take Israel into account. It was not prevented by Israel from taking such a decision. This Israeli prevention, quote unquote, was not enough. It seems that Israel had to resort to US warships as well. So Israel did not actually succeed in preventing any forces in the region from intervening to the side of Palestinians. So this theory of strategic prevention has fallen. Also, the failure of the Israeli intelligence. There has always been talk about the fact that Israeli intelligence doesn't fail, which was proven wrong by Al-Aqsa flood. They have also the Israelis have also relooked into a lot of their strategies and theories, and they said that any wars they will delve into in the future have to be based on a specific set of rules, such as the fact that the war has to be swift, has to be an absolute victory, etc. Along other principles. But today, 3 months after the attacks on Gaza started, we have seen clearly that they are nowhere near victorious. Yesterday, they tried to portray this image of victory by actually killing Sheikh Saleh in Beirut. In reality, they have actually failed. Their war on Gaza was neither clear nor swift nor victorious, nor did it fulfill any of the other principles. Among also the results of the Al-Aqsa flood, I come to number 11, and that is the lack of trust of the Israeli people in the IDF, the political leadership, and the security apparatuses. I think this touches or affects the very essence and existence of Israel. Some people today hear about the brothers in Hamas and the Palestinian factions, the leaders of the Palestinian factions. Saying that the Al-Aqsa flood is preparing for the abolishment of Israel, and some people might be hearing these leaders say such things and laugh, but it is actually true. Their link to the land is fake. It is untrue. We all know that originally the Zionist movement, whenever they wanted to gather the Jewish people in one region, they had several options and they had several countries in mind. It is the English who brought them to Palestine. In every country around the world, whenever a civil war happens, whenever a conflict happens, the state remains the state. For example, after 30 years of civil war, Lebanon remained Lebanon, Syria remained Syria, but Israel is not the same. Israel is a fake entity. It is a collage of people, so to speak, of people who hold a second passport, ready to leave at any time. It is portrayed as this land of honey and milk, but when it is no longer the land of honey and milk, when it is no longer the land of prosperity, these people will leave, as we have seen in these many Zionists who have packed their bags and were in the process of leaving Israel through every port. This is what the Al-Aqsa flood has founded for.
We're still
This
waiting.
is the
We're still waiting for part 4 of the speech, starting any
the
minute.
current Minister of War, Gallant, he says, without achieving the results of the war, retrieving the hostages, abolishing Hamas, and gaining administrative and security control over Gaza, which are undeclared results. So when he says that if we don't achieve the results of war and the objectives of war, the people of Israel will not be willing to live neither in the surroundings of Gaza nor in the north of Israel. These people will not be willing to live in Israel in the first place because we don't know how to protect it. So he's basically admitting that not achieving the results and the objectives of the war is basically a direct hit to the very pillar on which Israel stands. And I tell him, I hope to God and I pray to God that you will not be able to achieve the objectives of the war you have set.
So hopefully
This
you have
is
part 4 now,
also
the main one.
where the principle of the safe refuge for the Jews sees its end. It is Israel used to be portrayed as a safe refuge for Jews around the world. What's happening in Gaza, in Lebanon, Iraq, Yemen, and in the region as a whole has also hit this pillar, has also broken the theory of safe refuge on which the immigration of millions of Jews to Palestine is happening. After all, a reverse wave of refuge has been taking place, whereby hundreds of thousands of Israelis have been seen leaving the country. Also, the image of Israel as a protector has been broken. Israel has been approaching several Arab countries in the guise of providing protection and providing support and iron domes and military systems. This image has been broken, and now Israel is in the place. In the opposite place, actually, whereby it is the one in need of protection. Imagine Israel has not received the protection of the US and the UK. Also, Israel has incurred a lot of losses on several fronts among the dead and injured. On the Lebanese front, they are not acknowledging the numbers, the numbers of the dead, and they are in the thousands. Also, the numbers of vehicles declared destroyed every day, the psychological situation, the Israeli daily Yedaut Ahramot states that one of the repercussions of Al-Aqsa flood is basically an additional 300,000 people applying or basically filing an application for psychological assistance. So there is anxiety, there's a dire psychological situation. If you want to live in peace, and if you hold a second passport, just go back to your home country. For those who hold a US passport, go back to the US, go back to France, go back to the UK, go back to your respective countries, because this land will remain that of its rightful owners, and these are the Palestinians. So the reverse immigration, hundreds of thousands of displaced, a dire economic situation, a dire psychological situation also. And we have also been hearing reports of displacement, whereby some Israeli sources are stating more than 200,000 people displaced from the north of occupied Palestine. So for 3 months now, also imagine Israel's economy has been suffering with an economic loss of tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars that cannot be compensated for by the US. Also, the Red Sea move and this bold move by our Yemeni brothers has had a great impact as well. Imagine now Americans are telling Israelis to withdraw from some cities. This is not because they fear for Palestinian lives, but because they fear for Israeli lives. Maybe it is better for these Israelis, for the IDF to remain in these cities so that they can get their share of the fighting and of the destruction. So they have failed so far in achieving the military objectives. They have not been able to impose their political will over the Gaza Strip and the future of the administration of the Gaza Strip. Wait until the war ends. Everyone, without exception, even within the same political party, all of them are actually holding their knives behind their back. When the war ends and whenever the investigation juries start doing their work, we're going to start seeing a lot of backstabbing. The US has tried, some new conservatives have tried to hide a lot of catastrophes and massacres perpetrated in Afghanistan. They tried to actually bring Obama to appease public opinion and save face in order to maybe polish their reputation in the Arab world. After that, there was the Arab Spring and ISIS. They created ISIS and they actually presented themselves as protectors of the Iraqi people. The Aqsa flood has also succeeded in breaking and shattering this fake persona of the US. Today, basically, what's killing all the children and people in Gaza are American missiles or American arms, American military. And what's stopping the ceasefire in Gaza is basically Americans who are vetoing ceasefire decisions and resolutions in the Security Council. Even some officials are saying that Israel does not intend to kill Palestinians, Palestinian civilians.
So he's ending
Even
part 3 now,
22,000
concluding it
martyrs
now, and
later.
he'll start part 4, the main one. He'll start it any minute now. Part 4 is wrapping up point 3. Go ahead, Jennifer.
And before I move to the last point, a lesson to us all. What is happening in Gaza has proven that international organizations, the international system, the international community, the international law are incapable of protecting any people. They are incapable of protecting anyone and anybody. Please keep it in mind. Today in Gaza, we have more than 22,000 people dead, 60,000 injured, and some people in Lebanon are still asking us to relinquish our arms and to seek protection in the international law. With all due respect, it is not a matter of a different opinion anymore. It seems that some people are blind. This experience has shown us, moving on to the last part of my speech, this experience has shown
This is
us
the important
that
part,
if
Yvonne.
you
This is
are
the important
weak, you
part.
will not be protected by the world. You will not be supported by the world. The world will not even cry over you. What protects you is your own strength, your courageousness, your arms, your missiles, and your presence in the battlefield. If you're strong enough, you will be able to impose your respect over the world. Despite the siege over Gaza and the oppression, if Gaza had fallen over over the first few days, everything would have been lost and no one would be shedding tears over the people of Gaza. But this level of resilience, despite the limited financial and logistical circumstances, all of this is a source of strength that has imposed respect for the people of Gaza. And you see people today changing their narrative, changing their opinion, despite the heavy oppression. This brings me to Lebanon. Of course, these are some of the achievements the resistance axis has secured so far. Let me tell you what has been happening since the 7th of October and what will happen in the future is weakening Israel and has shaken in its existence. And it actually put Israel on the path towards destruction, and then no one can protect it, no one will be able to defend it. As for the Arab thrones and the Arab leaders, let them protect themselves first. This brings me to Lebanon. Allow me to say the following. When we opened the front from Lebanon on the 8th of October, allow me to be very honest with you. We did it to support and to alleviate the suffering of our brothers and sisters in Gaza, in Palestine. This loyal intervention, which was based on our own decision. So, this decision to intervene was a balance between our strategic vision, our desire to support our brothers and sisters in Palestine, and our Lebanese interests as part of the Lebanese state. As a result of this balance, we actually decided to intervene, and we have managed so far to secure a lot of achievements in the battlefield, which I will tackle on Friday. But most importantly, this intervention is significantly important because later on, based on discussions happening within the Israeli government, we heard that on the 7th of October and the 8th of October, the Israelis lost their mind. And this has prompted a sense of unity within of Israel. They called for the military reserve, so they now have more than 500,000 soldiers. They have used all their arms, all their weapons. So this was discussed in the Israeli government, I remind you. And of course, this was the result of the swift response from the Lebanese resistance. And now, and Israel actually decided to abolish all resistance forces in the region, in Gaza, the West Bank, and in Lebanon, especially that they enjoyed the support of the world. They saw it as a historic experience to abolish all resistance forces. But this war against Lebanon was prevented through two things, our swift response and our willingness to open the Lebanese front on the 8th of October has given us the element of surprise. Had we not decided to do that, we were actually on the verge of waking up to the sound of Israeli bombs destroying the country over our head. It is actually the Lebanese resistance that initiated the fight, and we mobilized all our soldiers, all our weaponry in order to break the element of surprise. Also, second, the glory and the strength of the resistance in Lebanon, the determination and the perseverance of the resistance in Lebanon, which is no secret to anyone. And in this case, they know that a war with Lebanon would be very costly and would actually threaten the existence of Israel. And therefore, they thought that what they started in Gaza would scare the Lebanese people. And I think the resistance sent a strong message back on the 8th and 9th of October when it opened the front to the south, sending a message of strength and that it does not fear and it is not intimidated by anyone. And its willingness to protect its people shall never be thwarted. And this is why they had trouble making decisions. There is a general, an Israeli general, that has openly said that he has met with Netanyahu twice and he advised him against opening the front with Lebanon because this would be very detrimental to Israel. What has stopped Israel from aggressing Lebanon so far is the fact that Lebanon has a resistance, Lebanon has a force, and Lebanon has fighters defending it in the name of God. This is the status quo. What we're doing on the borders, had it not been for the resistance, had we not been able to achieve or to implement around 700 to 800 operations, Israel would have attacked Lebanon. This does not mean that Lebanon does not respect the international law and the international resolutions and regulations. And this also sends a message that Lebanon is strong. What happened in Lebanon yesterday is an aggression against Lebanon. Also, the murder of Sheikh Saleh was also a heinous attack. This is the first time that such an attack has happened in Beirut's southern suburb since 2006, and Israeli leaders have actually gone to the media to state that they were not targeting anyone from Hezbollah. They just wanted to target this Hamas leader. All the intimidation, all the threats they have been waging, I'm not going to threaten, I'm not going to intimidate, I'm just going to base myself on everything that has happened to say 2-3 things in the end of my speech. First, we are on the front killing or basically attacking according to very strict calculations. But if the enemy thinks for once that it wants to wage a war on Lebanon, in this case, our war will not be following any principles anymore. And they know what I mean. Our missiles, our capacities, our fighters, our threats, everything we have mentioned over the past years, allow me to remind that we are not afraid of the war, we're not hesitant, we're not intimidated. If we were hesitant, we wouldn't stand at the front lines. We have been warned by the English, by the Germans, by the French, by the Americans. Have we hesitated for once? No. If you are considering a war with us, you will regret it. A war with us is going to be heavily costly. If we are still taking our national interests into account, if a war breaks out against Lebanon, our national interests will imply that we have to take this war to the end without any boundaries. As for the incident yesterday, the resistance has promised that under different circumstances, this will not change the promise we have made. The assassination yesterday is a heinous crime that will not go unnoticed. I will not be lengthy in my intervention and say, yesterday I said that this heinous crime will not go unpunished, as promised. And between us and you, there's the battlefield, there are the days, and there's the nights.
So we'll see now he's talking about the response, see what more information you share.
No, it's done.
The speech
Oh,
is
he's
over.
done.
Yeah.
Okay, so essentially, what are your thoughts? Because he's kind of gone back and forth. James, you told me in the back channels it's kind of escalated and de-escalated and escalated and de-escalated. Can you expand a bit more on that, James?
It was the speech that was the first part of the speech was very expected. He talked about the resistance in general, about what's the resistance. Let's not forget that this speech is for the entire resistance. Yes, for his base, Hezbollah base, but everyone listens to him when he talks about Soleimani, everyone in all of the axis. So Iraq, Houthis, Gaza, everybody. So the fact that he talked about the presence of the resistance in the region, how the resistance operates, and the fact that when they tried to distance themselves, not tried, but when they said that they are distancing themselves, and that's a win, and people thought it means that they are not involved. It doesn't mean that at all. It's just he's giving respect to the brothers and sisters in the Palestinian resistance, because every one of them is independent. There is no hierarchy. We can go into details about that later.
Yes, I want to give a massive shout out to Jennifer as well. As always, incredible translation, on point, better than Al Jazeera, better than Sky News. So thank you, Jennifer. And I do want to ask you a question, Hadi. I'll go to you on this one, and then we'll go to Piotr and Eric. But Hadi, what about the fact that he's going to do another speech? Maybe James, you can comment on that. Finish off, and we'll go to Hadi afterwards. The fact that he's going to do another speech on Friday.
Yeah, as I said in the it gives him time to he also pushed that speech. That speech should have been at 3. They pushed it at 6 for the event. There was multiple pushing it, and then he gave himself time. I think he gave himself time to give more information. He talked a bit about the speech and at the end of the speech, where he said that we'll talk about the exact accomplishments of the resistance. We will talk about why the martyrs died. We'll talk about what weapons we're using. We'll talk about the evolution. We'll go in more details about the attacks in that event. This event was different. And then, if I can point out just something, Mario, before we continue, he did go in details about the fact that the only way Israel has been sustained in the region based on fear with its neighbors. And today they've lost, and since the beginning of October 7th, they lost that fear factor because the resistance showed them what they did and what they can do. And he also said that without our intervention and without the fact that we were present on the field since day one after the attack, so on October 8th, we would have had a war in Lebanon. And that's why we are now less and less involved in the war. That's why we're successful. We were successful in defending Lebanon until now. But don't expect the attack that happened yesterday in the middle of Beirut and all the speeches that you've been giving about the fact that we attacked only Hamas. Our target was not Hezbollah. Don't expect that this will not come after another would not have a retaliation to it. It was a very cryptic speech, but interesting too. So there you go.
Heidi, what do you think?
All right, so just I want to say something about Friday's speech that people are a bit confused, that they think it's something extra. So Friday's speech was already happening. It's basically the 1 week anniversary of the death of one of the Hezbollah leaders. He didn't die in the battlefield. He died because I think he was sick. His name is Muhammad Yaghi. So there was already going to be an event on Friday, and during this speech he was saying that all the details are going to be not the details of what happened in Beirut, of course, the details of the martyrs, the details of the families, and what's happening here and there in Gaza. It's going to be more focused, that he's going to add them on the speech of Friday. So it's not as strategic as the one today. Today he said two important things. One about the attack, and there was the previous one, which I didn't think he was going to say something like that, when he said why the reasons they got involved in this war and they started attacking Israel is, before we used to think, okay, it's just to support Gaza, and we had these theories that Hezbollah was going to be next. But today he confirmed it. He said that there were Israeli plans to finish off Hezbollah as well, and Hezbollah basically removed the surprise element from Israel. They took that from them, and they initiated the attacks first. So that doesn't happen, and that can actually be backed by the preemptive strike that was being planned in Israel before that, and we discussed it before. The second thing he did, like I said, he's going to talk about the attack in Beirut, but he's not going to mention any details. He's just going to confirm that they will respond. And just like James said, they sent a message to Israel, even if you try to distance yourself by saying that this attack was strictly against Hamas and not Hezbollah or Lebanon, this does not work with us. He specifically said that. So yeah, I think Hezbollah took that attack pretty personally as well, not just against Hamas.
Mario,
Stealth?
I have to leave. Can I say one?
Go
something?
go ahead, Ibrahim, and then we'll go to Stealth. Go ahead, Ibrahim.
Yeah, I mean the most important thing, he confirmed that there will be retaliation. Second, he was very clear when he was threatening the Israeli that any war with us, the area of Gosh Dan, and they know exactly what he said, the area of Gosh Dan will be wiped, will be leveled.
When did he say that? Hold on. When did he say that?
He said that in the speech. That one general said that, and this is true. The area of Gosh Dan will be leveled. So we will go, and he said literally, we will go until the end with this war. If you attack Beirut, if you attack Lebanon, and you go into a full-scale war with Lebanon, this is, I think, the most important thing.
Gosh, just to be clear, Gosh Dan, you're referring to Tel Aviv, the metropolitan
so basically,
area.
Gosh Dan is Tel Aviv and the surrounding areas. It holds around 44-45% of the Israeli population and the GDP and all that. Like, it's mainly in that area. It's like a triangle thing.
And what you're saying is that he's referring to a statement by another general that said Gosh Dan will be leveled?
He said Gosh Dan will be leveled. Another general said Gosh Dan will be leveled. And Sayed Hassan already spoke about this before in an interview with a map showing them this 60-kilometer length and 30-kilometer width on the coastal area of occupied Palestine will be leveled. He told them that before. This is not the first time he says it, actually. He said it 2 years ago.
Just to point out, Mario, what he did is he took a speech. He said that in Israeli media there was information about a general that went to Netanyahu and warned him that please do not engage with Hezbollah and do not do preemptive attack, because we know that if you do a preemptive attack, they will level the Tel Aviv and suburbs area, and that's what he took as an example. He didn't give the threat directly, but it's an understood threat. Like if that
also seems to be a reference to the Washington Post article about Netanyahu being talked down by President Biden.
Yeah, I was going to jump in on that. The Biden administration had basically just said about 2 days after October 7th, hey, because there was basically a quick response. Israel wanted to go totalitarian on the whole of the north and Gaza, essentially, and the Biden administration said no, hold off, and that's how we averted. That's why the Biden administration have been so insistent on this from the beginning. I've got a couple more points, but I'll raise my hand again. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm going to go to you in a bit. Piotr, Stealth, would love to get your thoughts on the speech so far. It's just been, as James said, it's been a bit cryptic, escalatory in some ways, de-escalatory in other ways.
Good evening, everybody. I feel a little undressed for the party. So two things that pointed out to me that are a little different that people have noticed is the reference to the cost of the war for both Israel. We know that it's about $1 billion a day for this war to go on. The displacement of 80,000 people in the north, but it's really affecting about 180,000 people. It cannot keep going on. They need to be able to secure the area in the north so people can move back, so that livelihood can go back to what it was before. And I think that's a key component to look. If you look at the statements by JP Morgan in January, which was highly inflammatory, saying that, to not invest in Israel because of potential terrorism. And then you see Warren Buffett's comments in March saying, no, Israel is like what US was upon its establishment. Then you see what happened throughout the year with small terrorism and rocket launching and back and forth. And then you see this attack and the destabilization of the economy. I think that it's interesting he brought up the financial impact of this. That's the area that I'm focusing on, because there's multi levels to the attack upon Israel, from my perspective, which is this financial component as well, right? They don't have workers to come in to help like they used to have before, over 20,000, sometimes 50,000 people coming in, both foreign and ones from Gaza and from the West Bank that got permitted. So you have to look at the implications as well to that. So the fact that he brought that up, I found fascinating. The second point is there's been now ample comments that U.S. intelligence was also potentially used in the attack on the in Beirut. So that is something to look at as well. And then about 20 minutes ago, Mario, there was a release statement from 44 countries regarding the Houthis. They didn't mention Iran, but the timing of it is very interesting during Nasrallah's speech. And the joint statement was from US, Australia, Bahrain, Belgium, Canada, Denmark, Germany, Italy, Japan, Netherlands, New Zealand, and the UK, warning the Houthis regarding their activity in the Red Sea. Again, there's a financial implication to the destabilization of the region. And I think that that's something that people should be looking at. Thank you.
Yeah, the reference to the Houthis was something you've highlighted as well, James, in the back channels. Piotr, your thoughts on the speech and the points made by Hadi, James, and Stealth?
Yeah, I mean, he finished finally, did he? It was a long speech.
There was. I'm waiting. So it was like kind of 4 parts. The first 3 parts was just
each
so
one's a point, and I'm
excruciating.
like, how many bloody points are in this one point, mate?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm a bit out of breath because I actually went to the gym halfway through the speech because I was like, well, I might as well do something. I'll approach it in 2 ways. So one way being, an average individual listening in who's maybe not as following it as intensely as us, and then more sort of someone who's been, who knows a bit. Well, hopefully I know a bit more about it. But anyway, so if I just approach this speech as a random John O'Blogs on the street, I would think, well, that's not good. It sounds pretty scary. It sounds pretty intense. But there's also a lot of statements of commitment and sort of achievement or solidarity, right? The bits about we responded immediately on August 8th. We did what we always said we would do. We to Heidi's point about wanting to alleviate the pressure on our brothers and sisters. That bit stuck out for me, and it's very reminiscent of what he said 2 months ago, really, isn't it? That Hezbollah wanted to reduce the pressure on Hamas, but not to the extent that they want to get fully involved. So there is that caveat. So that now I'm going to bring in a little bit more of my sort of specific technical interpretation, which is that for me, the last bit is what really matters. It's really what we were all waiting for. When he said the word, and I don't know if it was Jen's translation, so I'm going to interpret it loosely, but when he said it won't go unnoticed, that was quite interesting for me, because I was like, well, you've already noticed it, so does that mean he's just sort of saying he's going to acknowledge it but not do anything? And then we had the clarification that they will respond. I still am on the fence about something being done. Why make a speech as long as this if your just intention is to say we're going to retaliate? It's sort of, the longer it goes on, the more sort of justification he's trying to make about why they're not really going to do anything, perhaps much more than they already have done. I do sit with Heidi, though, to a point that I do think something is different is going to change, maybe. When it comes to the Houthis, personally, up until yesterday, that was more of my concern because of the global ramifications it has for economic trade, financial flows. I forget how to pronounce it, but the Muscular trading shipping company, they've stopped trade.
Can you recap, Piotr? Can you recap what he said exactly about the Houthis?
Who? Oh,
Nasrallah.
Nasrallah. Yeah. Where he's basically, I might defer to someone else exactly, but it was along the lines of, we support Houthis in what they're doing in the Gulf of Aden, in and around disrupting Western trade flows. He mentioned the British, the French, the
Not
Germans.
specific,
He mentioned the Americans.
Piotr. What he said, just to clarify about the Houthis, and it was very clear, he said the Houthis' action have been not what you heard in the media, not what you heard from the Americans, that they are doing this just for economical purposes and because Iran asked them to do it. They are doing it so they put pressure on Israel to liberate the blockade around Gaza. So either you liberate the blockade or we blockade your resources from going back into your country. So it's like you're blockading Gaza and Hamas, we are gonna blockade you. That's the message that he sent about the whole.
Diplomacy. It's really good way of putting it. I'll run with this last point to whoever was just chiming in. I think that's a really good way of putting it. And for me, again, as someone who looks at this from the relationship of the politics and the military, I find it really interesting the language that Hezbollah chooses to use. It's not just war of words. It's, if you're going to play in diplomacy, if you're going to use words like that, well, you blockade us, well, then we'll blockade you. That shows me a certain degree of responsibility or leadership that Hezbollah knows that it has. And I think you said it, James, or Heidi said it, which is that Hezbollah knows it's essentially the flagship. If Iran's not going to be taking point, Hezbollah will. And so therefore, it's up to them to coordinate how far Houthi goes, how far Hamas goes to a certain extent. Obviously, there are independent actors, but if he's saying to them, good job, guys, it's sort of a bit of like a directory for me, implicitly sounding. People can disagree with me if they want. And the fact that this statement came out and they didn't mention Iran, but did mention Houthis, shows the distancing. The nations that released the statement don't want to antagonize Iran. They want to, focus on Houthis. So that's pretty standard diplomacy. But thanks a lot.
And just one thing, Piotr, when he said the crime will go unnoticed, he didn't say unnoticed. He said unpunished, but the translation was a bit different. But in Arabic, he said we won't go unpunished.
So Heidi, but his statement at the end, I think the last bit was like, "We will respond." That's expected. So I just is there anything unexpected in the speech?
There's only one thing. If you guys go to her Twitter account, her name is Amal Saad. She's been studying Hezbollah for quite some time now. She's one of the biggest experts on Hezbollah. She said after studying Hezbollah for all these years, this is the first time where she see the speech being calm and threatening and theatrical at the same time. And the fact he ended it with this threat. He said, this threat will not go unpunished, and then he said so long, and it's ended. So that's it. He never did that before.
Mario, may I jump in here?
We'll go to Yehuda, and we'll go to Yair.
Also, just before just a second, Yehuda, the smile he had at the end also had for the people that were watching it in Arabic. Like it's not natural also for him to be this happy. You felt joy in his face, and it's not something natural.
It's like he has something. There's something's gonna happen.
Yeah,
it feels that way.
So my take on this,
it feels forced. It feels.
This is standard Hezbollah Nasrallah speech fare. Very much a lot of the same stuff. This was meant to placate a growing concern that he probably has about people that support him, about them not doing anything. He went to great lengths to highlight. I mean, if you'd listen to what he's saying, you'd think the war is working out a little differently. That Israel isn't in Gaza, that they're not winning, that they're not, bisected it, and half of Gaza is already under Israeli control. That doesn't match reality, but it's meant for definitely domestic consumption, not just within Lebanon, but within the spheres that they operate. He does this occasionally, but he spent a little more time convincing the audience, or trying to convince the audience, that the whole world supports them. It's not just an Arab cause, but even American students. He was quoting figures, which is part of that's new, but he spent a lot more time. 75% of youth, don't want a genocide. I'm sure that wasn't the question. They want a ceasefire. But he molded the conversation to make it seem like, hey, we're not just winning. we have the world on our side, and that was very interesting. He's mentioned before about Israelis moving back to countries, ignoring the fact that 80% of Israelis are born in Israel, and that was an interesting point he made. It was almost like he was trying to convince us that the ship's not sinking. But the comments about the Houthis and he also really exaggerated the effects that the Houthis are having on international shipping, and it was definitely a standard fare Hezbollah or Nasrallah speech. We're winning, we're good. He wasn't yelly. That was different. I did get a chance to tune into his video offline here. That was a different measured one. I think he's acting like he's very confident, and I'm not saying I believe he's confident. I'm saying I believe the message he wants to send is we've got this. He mischaracterizes his involvement and Lebanon's involvement. He says on the 8th we started doing this and this. They did nothing. They've done very little. They've got tens of thousands of rockets per day they could fire. They've not obviously done the one thing they could do. They certainly didn't help Hamas. Nothing that the Israeli military did in Gaza was affected by anything that happened in the north. He also intimates that they're going to war, and he's defending Lebanon from some big war. No one who studies the region thinks that Israel is going to. Someone's mic's up, Peter. No one who studies the region thinks Israel wants to invade Lebanon. They don't. They've said that they will conduct aerial bombardments on all of Lebanon should Hezbollah get involved. So that's a non-issue. And lastly, the threat, I don't think it is a threat. I think it's very much, we'll do something. We're not going to tell you what it is, but we're going to save face and say we will respond. He said it, if you remember, Mario, I think you had us up on the last time he gave a speech. And he said, we're going to do something then. Remember, when you can spin the narrative and control the narrative, at the end of anything, you could do a thing and actually just fire rockets off at an Israeli outpost in the north and say we've responded. Unless it's something outside of Israel, like they want to conduct a terror attack on a Jewish target somewhere else in the world, I don't see there actually being something palpable here. I think they're not interested in escalation. I think they're not interested in upping the ante. I think it's going to be more of the same when we saw him last speak. Thanks, Mario.
Thanks, Eric. Do you think that what did he say actually, Heidi? Before going to Eric, Heidi, what did he say about Iran, the explosions in Iran? Because he hasn't pointed the finger on Israel. It's been relatively standard, sympathizing with
He
Iran.
didn't say much about that. I think
exactly
because it's not up to him to say. So
he's sorry for the martyrs, and those people are also martyrs under the Soleimani process, and they were there to.
He spoke a lot about Soleimani as well.
Yeah, and
I don't think he wanted to rewrite his speech, which would take another 4 hours. So
that's right. He basically, the majority of his original speech, I think, was that section about Soleimani, and then the other parts he sort of probably added in after the events in Beirut, and then what happened today as well. But I think the majority of it was what happened. The speech about Soleimani, and then the ending, the section 4, I think, was probably part of the original speech to a degree. But about what I think about the speech, I agree with what has been said. I agree that there was escalation language, and then he gets right to that cusp where you think he's going to make a big statement that maybe Hezbollah is going to go out to war and it's going to be a major escalation, but he backs down. He says that we've already deterred Israel, and that if Israel wants a war, Israel will get a war. He puts the ball back in Israel's court, is essentially what it is. The ball was put in their court yesterday with the assassination of al-Aruri, right? It's, we dare you to do something. What are you guys going to do? And Nasrallah says, no. We're going to put it back on your court. We've already deterred you. And I think part of that language, Mario, is also very important. He's speaking to not only the international audience and the Israeli audience, he's speaking to the Lebanese audience and saying, we are the protectors of Lebanon. We deterred an attack on Lebanon, and we are the ones that are preventing all-out war on Lebanon at this time. We're not the ones that want the war. We have prevented the war. And it's a really important distinction. I thought his sections about al-Aruri were short and to the point, but he expanded on the Al-Aqsa flood operation, the gloriousness of the resistance actions, putting the Palestinian issue back on the map. He's pandering to the Palestinian audience and the anti-Israel, pro-Hamas audience, of course. But I don't think that there's no tangible element to that. He's simply just saying, there was a lot of criticism after his last major speech, where even the funny meme of the Palestinian Janine throwing a shoe at Nasrallah's face on the TV. So he doesn't want that. He wants to have popular support. So that's part of it. There was the section where he said the Al-Aqsa flood and the resistance movement has prevented normalization. That was something that he cited specifically, which I think is important. It speaks to the regional politics, the regional developments between Israel, the Abraham Accords, possibly really, I think what he's specifically referring to is the idea that the normalization with the Saudis was put on hold or is off the table in his mind, and I think that's really important for them to highlight. And again, the whole non-committal of actual actions, reactions, and responses to recent events is also really important. Now, he said, yes, it will not go unresponded to, or there will be, to Al-Uri's assassination in Beirut, there will be a response. But again, non-committal, right? It wasn't overly aggressive. It wasn't saying, we're going to go do X, Y, and Z, and we're actually going to launch rockets or missiles on Tel Aviv. That's not what he committed to. He committed to a response, which he's done in the past and Hezbollah has done in the past. And like we talked about right before the speech, when has that manifested? Will that actually manifest is the big question right now. The last thing I would say is obviously no reference to 1701 or any efforts to push Hezbollah north of Litani. It's controlling the narrative, controlling the story, and not even referencing any of the diplomatic efforts being done in the background. Because I think there's another part to this story, which is Hezbollah's place in Lebanese society. Like I said earlier, defenders of Lebanon, but they also, Nasrallah is very keen on preventing a potential civil war in Lebanon as well, because that's the juncture that they may be at. So I think it's really important to understand the language that he uses there.
On the point is a breaking news. I don't know if you've seen it, but Germany's actually advised all citizens to leave Lebanon immediately. I don't know if that's on top of other countries doing the same.
They did that in the middle of the speech, yes.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Oh wow, okay. Well, it's not your bad. That still did happen.
No, it's still breaking news, but
how
yeah,
significant is this?
Even in October, after the attacks and throughout November, they've requested a lot of citizens to leave Lebanon. So it's not unique. There must be something unique about the German response. Maybe there's
It could also be
an
a trigger,
envoy.
Yeah, but Germany hasn't
a
done
light
that a
trigger
lot.
finger.
They did stop their planes from Lufthansa and Eurowings. They stopped like some flights to Lebanon from the beginning of the war. So it's just like Germany has been doing that since the beginning.
Germany are overcautious. Just pointing out, German are overcautious when it comes to requesting people to leave. They are the ones that request the most.
I think
Yeah,
just
really?
to add on,
Yeah.
to add on to what, just to add on to what Eric said, I think you nailed it there. It was almost as if, and this is the best way to describe it now that I've heard Eric talk, it was almost like as if Nasrallah was giving a victory speech. Like, we've already won, we've done all these great things, we're already winning, and if round two, if they want to come at us, we're ready, right? Like, it was totally delusional in that sense, right? Like, but he really spoke as if we've done it. Like, we're there. So yeah, good points, Eric.
Yeah,
But it's like this is wait.
Go ahead.
This is too simplified. What he was talking about is basically he focused his second part on Aqsa flood. He didn't mention anything about Hezbollah to that extent. He was focusing on what Hamas is doing and what Aqsa flood did. He was saying some of the achievement of the operation. So he's not giving a victory speech. He's just saying because at the end of the day, they're not the countries. They're non-state actors.
No, I'm not saying
survival.
No, but
Their
Hadi, I mean
survival
the
itself.
end of his speech. What
But
Hezbollah
their
has done on
survival
October
itself,
8th.
the survival of those groups itself for them is victory. That's how they started. That's what their people believe. So he's talking to their people. He's talking to the people of the resistance. Of course, they're gonna say like that. It's not like a country that's been defeated that came out and said, "Oh." And then when he talks about Israelis attacking Lebanon, he didn't say something that's not there already. He did say Israel was gonna attack Lebanon, and there have been talks of preemptive attacks against Hezbollah by the Israelis themselves. So he's not given conspiracy theories, and it's only normal for him to threaten the Israelis if they decide to attack Lebanon. What he's gonna, there's nothing else for him to do except threaten them.
Yeah, but the Israelis have never said they would unilaterally attack Lebanon unless
There
Hezbollah
was
did something.
a preemptive there was a decision to preemptive.
That's if they do something, right? They have
but
to
it
do
was there.
something.
The decision
No,
was
no,
there.
No, Yehuda. What Hadi is talking about, you had multiple reports coming out from what is called Israeli official or Israeli people that are involved with the cabinet that said that at the beginning of the war there was
No, I'm aware. James, I'm aware of the comments. The comments were, should we hit Hezbollah before they hit us? So the fact that they talked about it, the reality is it's a preemptive. They mean they feel that if Hezbollah is going to attack them, that they should hit them first. Bottom line is the imaging that the listener who hears Nasrallah's speech, if you came from the moon and heard him talk, you would think that Israel's been saying we're going to waltz into Beirut and kill everyone. And that's just not true. So it's a straw man. He's basically saying we're defending Lebanon, even though Israel's not trying to invade Lebanon, right? It's his way of saving face, and the way he spoke. I'm talking about the tenor of his voice. I'm talking about the words he used. It seems as though he was telling these people, we've already won. Whatever reasons you want to give Hadi, that doesn't matter. But we've already won. We've done our part. We've been, since October 8th, we've been doing stuff. We're right on top of it. When the reality is they've done nothing. They've abandoned Hamas technically. So it's very interesting to see him twisted that
He's
way.
pandering. He's pandering to the people in Lebanon that don't consider Hezbollah as a Lebanese entity or a Lebanese force. He's pandering
100%.
to those people, but at the same time, he's also responding to the Israelis by telling them, and that's an actual threat. You guys tried to hit us, but because what we did, you were not able to hit us. So he was
almost like a victory speech, James. Almost like a victory speech.
Almost.
And that's the thing. He's pandering to two audiences: the external, right, and then the internal, to prevent a civil war. What he thinks could potentially lead to a civil war within Lebanon. You're at the cusp of two cliffs, between a rock and a hard place. Do you engage and go towards a full civil war in Lebanon because of those people within the country that do not see Hezbollah as a legitimate entity within Lebanon anymore, or do you go to an external war against an enemy to the south that could obviously devastate Lebanon from the air and from the ground or what have you? So I can see he's pandering to many audiences, but he's making specific points to put Hezbollah in a place where the ball is not in Hezbollah's court anymore. It doesn't. The decision making isn't on him whether he goes to war or not. It's on those that are looking at Hezbollah, external in.
I need to jump in here for 1 second. I just look at the timing of things. So we had the Ford moved out of the area, right? Because it needs to be resupplied and it needs its break. Simultaneously, you have the fact that there's Soleimani's anniversary of his death with a speech that was pre-planned for today, right? We've known about this for weeks and weeks and weeks. Is the potential that something could have occurred today. If there was intelligence that they were planning to do something from Lebanon, they would make sense that they would have had this preemptive strike knowing who's there as an opportunity. And then you have the statements this morning coming out of the US. The State Department just released another statement warning the Houthis. So clearly there's more going on here than just meets the eye, right? This is not just simply his speech, Soleimani's anniversary of his death, the Houthis' involvement, escalations in Iraq and Syria, multiple attacks on US installations. The joint statement this morning coming out very aggressively against the Houthis, along with what I'm understanding is U.S. provided intelligence in regards to what happened in Beirut, along with him trying to blame Israel, excuse me, in Iran, trying to blame Israel for that attack, which was not the Israelis. Clearly, you can see by modus operandus and the statements that are coming out of multiple people that specialize in what happens on Iran soil. There's more going on. There's a chess game here, and I think we need to zoom out for about 40,000 feet. Thanks.
Just pointing out the report that's brought up about the U.S. support in the U.S. bringing or having support in the intelligence comes from an Israeli source. And there's no other confirmation about it. It's an Israeli journalist who talked about it, and that's the only source that we.
There's been more, James, as of this morning. Let me grab it for you.
Okay, please, if you can send it to me.
I thought it was New
Because
York
all I
Times
saw is
reported,
that.
either New York Times or Washington Post.
Yeah, but they all took from the same Israeli reporter who started the story. So yeah.
Also, the death tolls for the bombings in Haman, Iran, has gone up to over 200, which is.
Yeah, I think 200 went up. Yeah, a couple hours ago, like 214. What is it up to now?
Yeah, about 220. I'm just saying here.
Yeah.
Mario, we're still not seeing calls against Israel regarding the bombing.
Yeah, there's nothing. It's been
no.
Yeah, exactly. For me, that means two things, and Patrick would love to get your thoughts, and we'll go to John as well afterwards. Patrick, for me, that means two things. I know you want to comment on the Hezbollah speech, but on the Iranian explosions, it means, number one, Israel's unlikely to be behind it. I know a lot of people disagree. Just my quick thoughts. And number two, no one wants to escalate things into a direct confrontation between Iran and Hezbollah. Do you agree?
Well, on the subject of the Iranian bombing, the first reports I'm seeing indicate it was a double tap. And that means, in this case, that the first explosion was designed to funnel the crowd into the killing zone of the second bomb, which apparently caused the bulk of the casualties. Now, ironically enough, this is a favorite tactic of many Islamic terror groups, including those trained by the IRGC. The speculation I'm currently seeing indicates I mean, there's a lot of false flag speculation. We have no good intelligence at this point that I've seen on this, so I'll preface all my remarks with that. There's a lot of people saying this was a false flag because there was an offer of free food if you came. There are a lot of people saying that this is a domestic anti-regime attack. Both are possible. Frankly, we just don't have enough information. As far as Hezbollah goes, and I'll tack on to something Yehuda was saying, Israel has maintained a policy of preemptive first strikes since 1967, and rightly so. They are surrounded by enemies. If an enemy appears to be massing in preparation, every Israeli government I'm aware of has reserved the right to attack that perceived threat at its own discretion. The fact that they are reiterating that warning to Hezbollah should come as a surprise to no one. Hezbollah is a major threat. They have a massive rocket arsenal, and they could, open this up to a second front that would be very damaging to Israel and would strain already taxed resources that they're devoting against Hamas. The fact that they're preemptively killing Hamas leadership in Beirut as a warning to Hezbollah of what could come should they choose to directly involve themselves, again, that should come as no surprise and should serve as a warning. The fact that they issued that warning now as the Ford is going off station, to Stelz's point, I don't think the timing of that is a coincidence. My read on this is that the Israelis are looking at it and saying, okay, U.S. power is going to be diminished in the region by one carrier for some period of time. The conventional wisdom is another carrier will be deployed to take up station, but that has not been announced. And in that time, we need to deter Hezbollah as much as possible while the Americans are absent, and thus we see current, actions by the Israelis. It makes perfect sense.
But Patrick, just to counterbalance for sake of point, and this is sort of something I want to chime in with Stel's point, which is, but don't you think that it's the Middle East, and we've had all these pockets of instability, all these very volatile situations existing for long before October 7th? Do you not think that some of these events are just happening because you've got some opportunistic people who see the chaos and they're like, I want to capitalize on that? I'm not saying that some things can't be connected, but me being my traditional character on this stage, I like to urge on the side of caution of.
You're referring to the Iran bombing now? Fyodor, you're referring to the Iran bombing?
I'm referring to just a lot of different things that Stealth mentioned. Iran bombing, the Maritimes and all that sort of stuff. What's happening in Iraq, Syria, all these things. I'm just, do you not think that we need to be cautious in making too many connections? Because sometimes if we make one connection, we can then get carried away and say, oh, it's all connected and it's all part of some Iranian.
2 seconds. There's 7. Has anyone heard this? The team just sent it to me now. Let me ask them if they pause. So Sky News Arabia has just quoted commander of the Quds force in the Iranian Revolutionary Guard said the following: those who carried out the 2 bombings in Kerman were Israeli and American agents. Has anyone seen this?
Of course they're going to say that.
I know. Of course they're going to say that. It doesn't surprise me, but
yeah, Mary, that's like a
responsible.
You know how, like, on your cell phone, your cell phone, you have like default responses when someone's calling you. You don't want to actually type out so that's their default response in their cell phone in case until they figure out what else.
But then that goes against the whole point that we're making. Because now, if they're saying this, that means they have to respond accordingly. So if they're blaming on Israel, then they'd look weak if they don't respond appropriately.
So there's a breaking point, you guys. So Iran's President Raisi has canceled his planned visit to Turkey on January 4th after attacks in the southern eastern city of Kerman on Wednesday that killed about 100 people.
I think that illustrates that it wasn't a false flag then. I think it's clear that it wasn't.
Just to your question, yeah, I agree with you that we shouldn't immediately say, oh, we shouldn't beautiful mind this, but at the same time, when a lot, not all, but a lot of the actors committing violence all have links to the same paymaster and weapons supplier, then I think we really can say, okay, some of this at least is coordinated. All of it, maybe not, but a good deal of it, I think, is. Because you have to remember the Houthis, the militias in Iraq and Syria, Hezbollah, Hamas, these are all proxies of Iran.
But we've been here before then, haven't we? Because when they first started doing all this shit earlier on, late last year, right, in November, we've been here before when all these independent attacks started happening, the multiple attacks by the Islamic resistance in Iraq, and then the Houthis really ramped it up. So isn't this just going to be another round of that? Well, it's different this time because it's an attack involving Hezbollah in a way we haven't seen. Sorry to
No, I
think your question.
I think that's right. This is a continuation of that because no one has seriously responded to this. The U.S. has been, frankly, very timid about going after proxies, let alone Iran itself. And so this is going to be a continuation of what we've been seeing for the past 2 months.
But then where's the escalation? Or there isn't?
Well, I would say the Houthis firing anti-ship ballistic missiles at U.S. destroyers was a massive escalation.
So, but how do we go up from here then? Hezbollah starts doing that. Like, I'm just trying to
Oh, you're saying where's the escalation from their side?
I'm just trying to war game it. That's all. Thanks. Sorry.
Well, yeah. I mean, if Hezbollah really does decide to get into this, and obviously we don't know if that's going to be the case. You guys have talked about the potential for civil war in Lebanon itself, which I don't think should be discounted if Hezbollah gets into this. Yeah, Hezbollah has a massive rocket arsenal that it could deploy and hasn't yet, thank God. And that does draw them directly into this. It does put them at serious risk, and I doubt that the Iran is yet willing to risk its other major proxy in the region, the other one being Hamas, which is being systematically dismantled. But yeah, Hezbollah could cause a lot of problems. We don't know the extent of the Houthi ballistic missile arsenal, frankly. If they decide to mass attack and swamp a U.S. or a British destroyer and sink it, that is not out of the realm of possibility should they choose to expend a great deal of munitions against it. And that would be a major escalation. We could see major escalation from militias in Iraq and Syria who have so far contented themselves with, fairly serious, but, not overwhelming rocket and drone attacks on U.S. positions and forward operating bases. We haven't seen major ground action yet. Again, thankfully. There are indications that some of those militias do have the numbers to carry out one or two of those if they're willing to take serious casualties to do it. So I think there is some steps up on the escalation ladder, and this doesn't even get into direct Iranian involvement. Iran has threatened to close the Straits of Hormuz. They've threatened to attack shipping in the Mediterranean. If they follow through on any of that, again, that ups the ante as well. So I think there is still escalatory potential from the Iranian side. Yeah.
Again, just pointing out about the civil war situation in Lebanon. If there is a war with Israel, people will not fight Hezbollah. There's no internal fighting when rockets are falling down. People will stand close to each other, even if they disagree with each other. There's a population in play. There's people that are living. There's people that are helping each other. It's not a combination thing. So, just pointing
James,
that out.
James, I think it very much depends on what kind of hypothetical war it would be in Lebanon. I think there's a lot of people, enemies of Hezbollah, and it has many enemies, who are just waiting for the opportunity to get their pound of flesh for all the shit that's been inflicted on them over the last X amount of years.
Whatever.
Go ahead.
Whatever happened, we saw it in 2006. Whatever happened in a situation where your country is at war, people will not kill each other. If there is an active war zone with Israel, people will not kill each other. That's what happens.
Because whether we like it or not, most Lebanese people, they regard Israel as an enemy, even if it's a different form of battalion with it, let's say, or a crisis with it. But most Lebanese people do not regard Israel as a friend. What we saw in the civil war in the 70s is done and buried. Never going to happen again.
I don't know. I think there's a reason. The context is very different than 2006, and Hezbollah and the Lebanese internal situation is very different, far weaker than 2006. And there's a reason why Hezbollah, despite all the bravado, despite all the shit talk, why they haven't started a full front since 2006. Hezbollah is very interesting in the fact that on the one hand, it's stronger than Hamas. On the other hand, it's more accountable in a traditional way, as sort of an integral part of a nation state than Hamas is, and is much more able to be deterred despite its superior strength to Hamas. So yeah, I think if in this hypothetical, it would be very, very different, and there are a whole bunch of internal enemies, and we saw in the bombing in Beirut that obviously happened in the heart of Hezbollah country, right in Dahia in Beirut there, that there's a lot of internal there's a lot of people leaking information. That information came from someone close to the leadership there, most likely. So things would be a lot different. And in this kind of war that he was talking about, if you go for broke, you should be careful because you might go broke. And as I think, as Patrick was mentioning, obviously Hezbollah is the crown jewel in Iran's proxy army. Iran doesn't do stuff themselves. They always want willing to die to the last Lebanese, the last Palestinian, the last Syrian, et cetera, et cetera. I think they're going to be very careful not to risk their number one crown jewel of their proxy army.
Can we
Voice?
Yes, but AB,
About stealth.
there's one thing I want to add here.
I was gonna.
Stealth?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Stealth, are you gonna go to voice as well?
Yeah, I would like to hear from
Yeah.
Voice. Go ahead, Voice.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna repeat whatever changes you guys said that you already heard in the speech, but I actually feel that this speech is different. First of all, this was a scheduled speech that was supposed to also address a lot to Soleimani, and I felt like this was really like a sub subject for the entire speech. We saw also a Nasrallah that is addressing Lebanon's relation to the entire region. He was pointing out the Yemeni brothers, the Palestinian people, even the martyrs in Syria who died, and expresses his condolences. So I felt like he is sort of not really pointing about the fact of him reacting directly to Israel in the name of Hezbollah. I felt like he is rallying up more the rebellions and the fronts that are already going on in parallel, which to me had some sort of a under threatening tone to Israel, by adopting sort of this Iranian blueprint of not going to war yourself, but to rally up other fronts to do some sort of a war for you, or at least this is what I felt. And also I feel like it's the first time that Nasrallah is addressing that directly to Israeli civilians, in which he says, he sort of repeat what Gallant said about the Palestinian people, that they should leave and so on and so on. I feel like it's almost an audacity, but it's also very brave to come up and say, okay, if you have foreign passports, then grab them, you better leave. It's better for you to go back to the countries where you came from. This is pretty bold. I mean, Nasrallah always had strong statements before, but they were never that profound, to be honest. They were more generalized and more intimidating and more dramatic than they really had content in them. And I feel that this speech had more content than the other ones. One point that I would really like to point out is addressing to the assassination of Aruri, which is Hamas. By the way, I don't think that Israel crossed that red line of Nasrallah by eliminating a Hamas senior on a Lebanese soil. I basically think that Hamas crossed that red line by making businesses on a Lebanese soil in the time of war, when Israel has a front with these two organizations. I mean, they should have it coming. And also I'm asking myself, and I talked about it this morning, what Haruri was doing basically in Beirut, meeting with Hezbollah seniors. I mean, everybody know the relationships between him and Ismail Haniyeh has been nothing but hell for the past 6 years. So I think when Israel eliminated those seniors and eliminated Haruri, it killed some sort of internal talks between Hezbollah and Hamas. And I think there was some sort of start of conspiracy there, of tying knots against Ismail Haniyeh. There are a lot of sources that are reporting that Haniyeh has been losing his mind, that the leadership of Hamas and Hezbollah are really not happy with the way he's conducting the past month and a half of this war. So I think Israel killed way more than Hamas senior. I think it really killed a lot of some sort of businesses that was going on there between Hezbollah and Hamas. So I think that was the undertone for me.
But there were no Hezbollah members that were killed in that assassination.
Yeah. I mean that he addresses the fact that a Hamas senior was killed on a Lebanese soil. But I'm asking myself what he was doing there in the first place, because if the purpose of this meeting in Beirut was basically the future of Hamas, trust me, Haruri would be the last one.
But wouldn't it be too risky for Ismail Haniyeh to be in Lebanon?
Yes, I mean, of course. But I mean, me as the leader of Hezbollah, what kind of interest do I have with Haruri? If I want to make things shift for Hezbollah, for Hamas, I wouldn't talk to Haruri. I would talk to Haniyeh.
Yeah, and
Yeah, but
it's a good point. We
but
know
you,
that.
there's but just maybe just 2 seconds.
Go
When
ahead.
you
Go ahead.
if a vice president is of the US, if the vice president is visiting a country, he's doing it on behalf of the president. So wouldn't be
No, but in
Haruri.
this case,
Sure,
no.
in this
Aruri,
case, no,
it's
Mario, and
known.
I will explain you why. This is the most.
Yeah, it's known they have tension with each
Yeah,
other. Go ahead.
they have tension with each other. This is the direct opponent of Hania. He is trying to drop him off the leadership of Hamas for quite a while. These two have a serious beef. There is no trust basically left there. So I'm very skeptical about what he was doing there and how much Israel really fucked shit up for Hezbollah by destroying this meeting, you know?
Yeah, but like that's, I mean, you can have your point of view, but first of all, Haruri, he lives already there in Lebanon. Secondly, he's been accused by Israel of being one of the brains behind October 7th attack. So he was already on the death list of Israel. He was already going to be assassinated and killed. So I don't think it's because there was a meeting and they want to fuck things up between Hamas and Hezbollah. The relationship were severe between them, although not that much as the media is claiming during the war in Syria. And that still didn't affect that much when it comes to war and battles and strategic planning. I just see it as he was a target. They got him, and maybe a few years later we'll know how, if there were leaks or anything. But that's pretty much it. And they saw the opportunity. They knew it was going to be a Hezbollah stronghold. They knew the threats of that, the retaliation of that. But during this circumstances, during this war, I think Israel saw the opportunity and they thought they might not have another chance again, and they just click the button.
Hadi, for sure, it was. But I think they ruined just much more than we understand right now.
Yeah, we know just in terms of the internal. We know as Voice was saying, we know that Haruri has a very big rivalry, the nasty rivalry with Hania. On the other hand, we know that Haruri is very close to Yahya Sinwar, who's obviously sort of leading the battle, as it were, in Gaza. So that obviously raises questions as to where this information that most likely Israel got came from.
Yeah, I want to go to Johnny, and then I brought up Shayan just to comment on the Iranian. Shayan is an Iranian advocate for the dissolution of the current government, the current regime. Shayan, I want to get your quick thoughts before going to Johnny. Ashley, can you hear me? Shayan, are you there?
He just got up.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I can hear you. Look.
Yeah, I'd love to get your thoughts, obviously, on the Hezbollah speech, but also on the explosion. Go ahead.
Look, I'm gonna give you my thoughts about not about Hezbollah, but the attacks in Iran. Look, first and foremost, it's very easy to understand what is happening in Iran. I'm an Iranian inside Iran. Look, this regime is famous for false flag operations. We had a cinema in Abadan, it's called Cinema Rex. It was burned down by the mullahs, by Islamists, by the MEK, which was at a time an ally to Khomeini. They burned people, 300 people alive, to accuse the Shah of Iran for doing that. And now everyone, even the regime agents, confessed that Islamic Republic was behind it. The revolutionaries, the Islamist revolutionaries. Everyone in Iran knows that what happened in Kerman, in Iran, was done by the regime. It was false flag operation. It was just false flag because no mullah, no IRGC general was killed. No mullah, no IRGC. Only ordinary people were killed. The regime has done it forever. It's a terrorist regime. Everyone who says, oh, it was a terrorist attack against Iran. No. It was a terrorist attack, false flag attack done by this regime against Iranians. That's the only thing. Any reasonable person saying that it was not a false flag operation, that's not unbelievable.
Question. Why do you think it's so? What is the incentive for Iran, for the regime, to conduct this false flag operation? Why would they bomb their own citizens? Is that to gain more power? Is that to blame Israel? What's their incentive?
Because they need legitimacy by victimizing themselves. Because they have a culture of martyrhood. They worship death. That is why. You have to understand the nature of these regimes. This is an ideological Islamist regime. It does not operate based on your secular logic. It does operate based on martyrhood. They worship martyrhood. So they try to victimize themselves. You know why? Because their approval rating is the lowest in history of their regime. That is why. They want to victimize themselves in order to legitimize themselves by.
So, Shell, I have another question.
Waiting
But don't they
martyr.
have like the timing? I understand, but don't they have enough reasons to victimize themselves, like what, and gain support? Like they're facing the possibility of a war against Israel. They've got warships, American warships, or now just one warship near their borders. So, do they really need more reasons now for such a massive attack to gain more support and legitimacy?
Are you kidding me? Look, they started this. Iranians know. Look, Iranians are not Iraqis because whenever I speak to people like you think that we are like Iraqis, like Afghans. No, you're part of the Arab world. Look, Iranians, all of them know that all of this was started by this regime. Hamas attacks everything. Hamas is related to this regime. Hezbollah is related to this regime. They are tentacles of this octopus in Tehran. Iranians understand that. Please do not undermine the intelligence of an Iranian, thinking that
Okay,
Iranian
wait,
is stupid enough.
hold up. Yeah, hold up, dude. What do you mean your intelligence, and then you say you're not Iran, you're not Iraqis, you're not Afghanis? Do you mean those people are not intelligent and they don't know anything about Iran? But
No,
you, for
no,
some reason, listen, Shayan. Oh yeah, you're gonna talk. Just a second.
Let me tell you.
You're gonna talk.
Yeah, hold on, Shan. I'll let Hadi respond. Shan, let Hadi respond.
Just a
Then
second.
you can respond again. Go ahead.
Since from years back, we've been hearing the same exact thing from the Shah supporters, and you have every right to support whoever you want in Iran. It's your country, but you keep saying the regime did that, the regime did that, the regime false flag, and then eventually, weeks later, months later, we find out who's responsible behind it. And then, for example, 2022, when Iran attacked the Mossad headquarters in Erbil in Iraq, people were saying no, it's not Erbil, and then few days ago, Naftali Bennett, he confessed that it was actually a Mossad housing, like Mossad group that helped in a terrorist attack in Iran, and Iran responded to that. There's always links to what happened in Iran, and for some reason, people from your side of the politics, they just blame the government for trying to victimize themselves and attacking their own people, attacking their own shrines, attacking their own. It doesn't make sense. There's no proof for. I mean, if you want to say it's a false flag, why would they do it right now on Qasem Soleimani's anniversary when people are walking there? There's children, there's women. I mean, you don't have proof for that. It just claims. It's just like it comes from your.
How much?
Hadi, just 1 second, Cheyenne. One other question.
Just 2 seconds, Cheyenne. We'll give you the. We'll give you. We'll give you.
Let me ask Cheyenne.
Yeah.
Let me ask Cheyenne.
Just 2 seconds. So, yeah, James, I'll give you the mic. Shan, we'll give you the mic to respond to Hadi and James. Don't worry. And I see all the hands up. John, Eric, everyone else. Go ahead, James.
Just to make a quick question. You
got to unmute again, James. Bottom left. And while you're unmuting, James, share like my position on this. Okay, James, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm okay. Just you were talking about the smartness and the reflection. I'm asking you to reflect. I'm asking you to use that excessive intelligence you have towards us and tell us what would Iran win and the IRGC win by attacking people that are from their base right now in this war where they are not actively where they don't want to, and it seems based on their entire narrative that they don't want to attack directly from Iran, Israel. What would this bring as an increase in the population trust, in the population understanding, when you go out of your way to kill people? There is no logic. There is no logic into it. So if you have a logical understanding, I'm all ears. But my smartness and my level of understanding and my IQ doesn't allow me to reflect on that. I tried. I did it in the morning.
Yeah, Chan, would you like to respond? Go ahead.
Look, I'm fed up that people like Hadi, because look, Hadi, you're not an Iranian, I'm an Iranian. Why you're so defensive when it comes to the Islam Republic regime? Because you're not Iranian. It's very funny seeing another person defending the regime that is oppressing me. I'm fed up with this, first and foremost. And I'm gonna answer that question. Look, Mossad does not need to kill ordinary people. Mossad needs to kill mullahs. Mossad needs to kill IRGC generals. How many mullahs and IRGC generals were killed in this attack? 0. So there is no motivation. Every murder needs motive. Where is the motive for Mossad? Iranians know that there is a regime that was behind this. That's it. You cannot manipulate it.
Hadi, 1 second. You have groups.
Hadi,
just a second.
I'm just going back to you. James asked something that you didn't answer, and you don't come to me why I support. I'm not defensive. You can criticize Iran if you want. I don't really care. But just one thing. You're very defensive of Israel and they're oppressing Palestinians. So you're the hypocrite here. For me, if you want to criticize anyone, I
I'm
don't
not
care.
here.
But James asked you a question. You did not
Cheyenne, let him.
Just
You gotta let him
let's
finish. Cheyenne, you gotta let him finish.
let's
Yeah,
ask
go
the
ahead.
question. Let's ask the question very easily. Again, aren't there separatist groups inside of Iran? Aren't there terrorist organizations inside of Iran? Aren't there other entities that could have done the attack? Maybe they were financed by Israel. You can go through the logic and see why would Israel believe. Maybe, I'm saying maybe, but it's not. It doesn't. The logical analysis, all the military analysis doesn't have a valid reasoning for why they would do a false flag attack right now. They might have done it in the past.
Yeah, Sean. Like, and my question is similar as well. Is like, I'm in the middle. I don't think it's Israel, but I also don't think it's a false flag attack. Can it be some other group that was behind this?
No, because
Cheyenne, go ahead.
no. Kerman is in central Iran, and separatists does not operate because it's not a border province. It's in central Iran, so there's no motivation for a separatist group to operate in that central province.
Is there no? Sorry, Sean. Is there no motivation or no capability?
There's no motivation. Absolutely not. Because
what about MEK and ISIS? They're not one of the separatist terrorist groups.
MEK did not declare that they did that. They did not declare that they did
came
it.
to you and told you so.
What
about
no? There's I think the
Mario,
US
may
did
I?
point. Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Thank you. First of all, Cheyenne, there's no reason to yell. We can all hear you, okay? And I say that as a friend. That's number one. Number two, the United States has an official statement that they believe, or at least unofficial, in the sense of anonymity or what have you, U.S. official states that ISIS is likely behind the bombings in Iran. ISIS both has the motivation and the capability to conduct such an attack. We've heard this before. Could it have been a false flag attack? Yes, that is in the realm of possibility. I'm not dismissing it entirely, but if you go through the motions of the likely culprits for this, you have to talk about motivation and you have to talk about capability. If both line up, then that is more than likely a distinct possibility. Is ISIS among them? Yes. Is the Islamic Republic itself as a false flag attack? Possibly. There's also the element that we don't know about. This could be a new group. It could be a group that we don't know about. It's a group that maybe we're not even thinking of. It could also be an independent. A lone wolf, if you want to call it that. Maybe there's somebody who's anti-regime who took it upon themselves to do this. But Patrick already broke down the modus operandi, a double tap, right? So I think it's more likely this was done by an organized group, a terrorist organization, or what have you, that has the means and the motivation to conduct such a bombing within Iran. That's what I want to say on the subject.
Yeah, I want to hear some. So we do have Goldie up. Goldie, I'm going to give you the mic right after John.
News,
yeah, go ahead, James.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Sweden has requested people to leave Lebanon too. The Swedish.
Yeah,
people.
about an hour ago, the request came through.
I just saw it, but yeah, that's another country. Sweden is not usually a country that requests people to.
So early on, when there was the attack,
so just the State Department,
Mario,
just put out.
Can I answer this question?
Yeah, in a bit, Sean, please. I'm going to give you the mic, just in a bit. So the United States has put out a statement that the State Department, the U.S. was not involved in any way and has no reason to believe Israel was involved in the explosions in Iran that came in less than about 10 minutes ago. So that's number one. Number two. I've got some more updates here. I'm just going to share it shortly. Let me give the mic to Stealth, and I'll go to the hands afterwards, and then we'll go to John.
No problem. No, I just let's just say this: that in the beginning, after the attacks, there were several embassies in Lebanon that requested people to leave, including even Australia. And then, of course, you had the event where there was an Australian citizen who was participating with Hezbollah, and he died after an attack. So, a response to an attack. So, I think that there's been a definite concern and warning for citizens to leave that area.
I want to go to John. John, before you, Johnny, I want to go to John Larrier, if you don't mind. John, I want to get your thoughts on the back and forth that we're hearing on who's behind the Iranian attacks. Maybe some comments on the Hezbollah speech as well, if you have any.
Yeah, thanks. I think the main thing that kind of strikes me, well, at least from this conversation, right, is that I think both sides of this conversation can be true at the same time, right? I highly doubt it's a regime, some type of regime false flag. But at the same time, I also highly doubt that Israel or Mossad is behind this, right? It just doesn't make sense, right? The whole world, nations across the world, not necessarily nations, but the populaces of different nations across the world are currently essentially galvanized kind of against Israel, right? The last thing they want to do is do something like this strike on Iran. It doesn't really make sense. It doesn't really serve a purpose. Let's try and look at some direct benefits that Israel would get from this. There are none. If they were to conduct some type of attack like this, it would only serve to kind of deter them, deter their further diplomacy. I don't really see how this benefits Israel. One point I did want to make about the speech, though, that I noticed, I think Piotr might have touched on this before as well. Nasrallah kind of mentioned, right, that there's no one entity kind of calling the shots on things. And no, I know a lot of people will disagree with that, but I do think there is some credence to that idea, right? That in similar ways that the United States kind of works and leverages its allies and partners to kind of move towards a shared strategic goal. I think we see kind of Iran and then Iran by with and through Hezbollah kind of doing this with some of the Islamic resistance and the axis of resistance in the region. I think that was something that was important to note. Most of the other things he said in the speech, I was listening to the whole speech, but it didn't really strike me as anything new. I was able to dig up some of my old notes from the last time we had this space with his last speech, and I'm looking at some of my points. They're the exact same points. Much of the points he made in the speech were much of the same from the last one. Early on in the speech, he and he did this a couple times throughout the speech. He kind of touted their response on October 8th and the limited strikes, the limited rocket strikes that they've been doing since October 7th as kind of them entering the war, right? And I knew right then that there was not really going to be much of a big announcement that he was going to enter the war, because he wouldn't have said that at the very beginning, right? And so we kind of see this continually, right? We see this from Hezbollah officials as well, then also from Nasrallah himself many times, that he keeps saying that they entered the war the day after, right? And so I think when he stops saying that, that may be indicative of whether or not we're going to see something big going on. Just the last thing I'd mention, right, to the different foreign ministries and state departments around the world kind of giving these notices to leave Lebanon. That has, and I think someone else mentioned this, I can't give you credit because I wasn't looking at the name, but that has been going on since October 7th, arguably even a little bit before. Germany, like somebody mentioned, is extremely cautious when it comes to these things. We saw them do similar things months before Russia went into Ukraine as well. So German foreign ministry is extremely cautious. So I think that we shouldn't really play that up as much. That's kind of my quick wrap up.
Can I jump?
Countries? Just expert. Just which countries so far, John, have told citizens to leave? Norway, Germany, I know of. But Germany, Norway, I know of. They've asked citizens to leave Lebanon. Any other countries that you can mention that I don't know?
I don't think anyone has specifically stated to leave, but they have. I know the United States has kind of updated their notice on the State Department website.
Travel to Lebanon. Basically, they've cautioned U.S. citizens.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen the UK do this as well, and other countries as well, mostly Western.
Is that official? Is that official though?
Could we see this as a renewal of what they've been saying for like the year 2024 for right now?
Well, yeah, that's kind of how I see it, right? I don't see it as it being indicative of any type of massive escalation in the region by Hezbollah or the Israelis towards Lebanon. I kind of just see them renewing their, like, hey, by the way, still don't go to this country, or by the way, you might not want to go here, and if you're there, you may want to leave. That's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, so there's a bombing that just targeted American forces at the Al Tanf base that just happened about 20 minutes ago. I do want to go to Goldie. Goldie, we heard the Cheyenne's argument that this was a false flag attack, what we saw in Iran. We saw arguments beforehand that Israel was behind it. Where do you stand on this, Goldie? It's good to have you.
Thank you for having me on, and thanks for allowing me to speak. So, the terrorist Islamic regime in Iran has a well-documented history of creating false flag attacks. Cheyenne mentioned 1978, the burning of the theater in Abadan Cinema Rex. There's also 1994. For example, the mullahs attacked one of the Shiite world's holiest sites on their own soil in order to harm the opposition. And in fact, a few years later, the Ministry of Intelligence and Security basically said that they planned and carried out a bombing at the Imam Reza Shrine in Mashhad in order to, solidify its legitimacy, in order to crack down on protesters, and in order to sort of legitimize its existence. We saw this as well last year with the lone gunman shooting at Shawcherok in Shiraz, and that was on the 40th day after Mahsa Amini's brutal murder. Now, in the Muslim religion, you also mourn the 40th, like the 40th day of someone's passing is very important. So people mourn that, and the reason they targeted, the reason that attack happened on that day was because when people mourn, it was also sort of leading to more support around the revolutionary movement. Now, what we saw today, again, I fully believe this was a false flag attack. First of all, there's no way that Israel would have done this, or the states. On December 25th, the IDF bombed an IRGC leader in Damascus, and they fully took credit for that and said this is what they did. Israel does not attack the people of Iran. Israel attacks IRGC terrorists. There's a very, very big difference here between the two. And today, January 3rd, is actually the anniversary of Donald Trump executing Qasem Soleimani, who was a war criminal, a terrorist, and the supreme leader's right-hand man. And in fact, if you're not aware of this, Mario, Iranians celebrate the day by making meat patties. It's International Kotlet Day today in Iran. And in fact, this is how insane and crazy the Islamic regime is. Last year, an Iranian chef who had millions of followers on Instagram posted a meat patty recipe on January 3rd, and the Islamic regime imprisoned him and forced him to delete his Instagram account. So you have to look at all the factors here. Why would there be this, bombing on the anniversary of Qasem Soleimani's murder? Why? Well, I'll tell you why. Because right now in Iran, people are protesting. They're burning down images of Soleimani. They're calling him a terrorist. They're mobilizing. This is one of the ways that the people of Iran, mobilize and gather and get support. So by doing this, in fact allows the terrorist Islamic regime in Iran to now crack down even more brutally against the protesters, execute them, put them in jail. They're going to blame random Iranians or, foreign nationals for this bombing. But if you look at the strategy of ISIS, for example, ISIS uses suicide vests for these sort of mass attacks and these bombings. Whereas what happened in Iran, no one was wearing a suicide vest. What happened last year in Shiraz, the Shah Cheragh Shrine, it was a lone gunman. Like the pattern of attack, the pattern of terrorist attacks do not fit the terrorist attacks from other countries. And let's be perfectly honest, the IRGC has one of the strongest military bases and one of the top intelligence, in the world, within their own country and outside. So my thoughts and the thoughts of many Iranians, like Cheyenne, who is inside Iran, this was a false flag attack. And the reason is because they want to legitimize their power. They want to instigate other countries. And it also gives them the opportunity to crack down against those people inside Iran who are trying to overthrow them. Those are my thoughts on this.
Can I respond to Goldie on one thing? ISIS does not only attack with suicide vests. I'm not sure what attacks are you looking at. Most of ISIS attacks are either car bombs or they plant bombs somewhere here and there. It happens. And I'm just gonna ask you a question. You mentioned a lot of false flags examples in Iran. I mean, I'm pretty sure not one Iran was never attacked. It was all the Iran government doing it to themselves, in your opinion. You listed them, of course, without proof, and there was not even a single proof that most of them are.
Hold on, Shine, please.
You'll have your time. Relax, bro. You want democracy in Iran? You can start with democracy here and let others speak. So you mentioned the attack in Shiraz. I think it was last year or year before. The gunman was found. His details were there. Everything about him was there. Who he belonged to was there. and then you just mentioned the attack as it's a false flag without providing any proof, and there was not one intelligence in the world, even the intelligence who are against Iran, that suggested this was a false flag. They all called it a terrorist attack. They all called it an ISIS terrorist attack. And I think he belonged to this group, the separate groups. I forgot what they're called, Balochistan or something. So where are you getting your information from? If the regimes that are supposedly supporting your revolution in Iran against the regime, they're saying it's a terrorist attack, they're saying it's linked to terrorist organizations, why all of a sudden people who are against the regime, who like basically you use your emotions more than facts, you come here and say it's a false flag? What is your proof to that? Can you give us any evidence for it?
Sure, absolutely.
I
If
think
you
she
go,
gets that
if you
from Vice Guard.
if you go to my Twitter profile, you'll see that I actually posted about this, and I've screenshotted an excerpt from a report, a study that basically shows and provides proof about the bombing in 1994. With respect to Shah Cherokh last year, I mean, Iranians don't look at BBC or CNN or these other news outlets. We look at our own legitimate news outlets. There's Iran International, there's VOA, there's 1500 Tasfir. So the proof is out there.
Yeah, who
And
is
no,
Iran
please
International
don't
funded by?
interrupt me when I'm speaking. You want to talk about democracy? Then apply the rules to yourself.
I'm not
Do
talking
not
about
interrupt
democracy,
me.
actually. I'm
Do
just
not
asking
interrupt
you.
me when I'm speaking. I wasn't
That's
done
not interruption.
answering
I'm
my
asking you who
question.
Iran
I
International is
wasn't
funded by.
done answering the question. Okay, thank you. So there's also on Iranian Twitter and a lot of Iranian news outlets, and the shooter actually was identified by Iranians within like 36 to 72 hours. And there were photos of him standing behind Islamic regime leaders and praying. So the person who was allegedly arrested and executed and tried, we're talking about a kangaroo court. That person was unfortunately the fall guy, and I feel bad for him. There are fall guys in all of these attacks. So you can listen to Al Jazeera or Quds News Network, which is terrorist propaganda funded by the Islamic regime in Qatar, or you can listen to legitimate news sources and the voices of the millions of Iranians who know the truth and who have been fighting this propaganda and misinformation that's also promoted by the pro-Islamic regime lobby group in North America, like NIAC and others. So I'll leave it at that. So
The proof is out.
all
Right.
Can I
Okay.
please?
Then just
Thank
last
you.
Can I
thing before I
please
give
speak?
other speakers. Three things. The screenshot you posted, that's not proof. That's just an opinion. Secondly, the picture you're talking about of that terrorist who was praying behind, that's not the terrorist. It was debunked. There was no one that can confirm this, and he was found out who eventually he was. Thirdly, you're saying you don't listen to the BBC or these Western outlets, but for some reason you listen to Iran International, are funded by the same regimes and the same government abroad, and this basically they have the same sponsors and the same mentality and the same ideology, which is kind of they just speak Persian. That's the only difference. And for one reason, Iran International and what you call your own people outlet, they're not even based in Iran. They're based outside. There's some diaspora led news outlet, just like the Syrians one they had before, and now they're shutting down because no one's listening to them. So again, you did not provide any proof. You just provided some opinions, information, and conspiracy theories. Thank you. We can go to someone else. Go ahead.
Well, no, I just
Piotr,
want
go
to
ahead,
make
then
one
I'll go.
final.
So guys, it's just 2 seconds here. Piotr, go ahead. We'll go to Mike afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Look, I think there's these kinds of conversations about what we've seen 2-3 hours ago are like many things. You can kind of put it on a spectrum, right? Where do you lie on the situation? There's nothing like a bit of speculation when it comes to terroristic or geopolitical activities. I'm going to go through the three main prevailing ones because I think it's good for the audience and also just for clarity of mind, which is that one, either Israel did this with the inclination that it is a preemptive strike as a way to prevent the Iranian Islamic Republic from responding to them and what happened yesterday, or just because they fear about escalation and that sort of thing. It's possible. Personally, for me, again, this is my opinion now, it's not probable because it doesn't make sense to me. Could they do it? Yes. Would they do it? Possibly. Does it make sense? Not really. But again, we can't fully discredit it. Second option, it is the Islamic Republic itself. There have been illustrations in the past where the Islamic Republic have done heinous things. These are bastard people who will hang members of their own population because they got angry about the horrendous, heinous killing of a young girl a couple of years ago. So I don't put it beyond the Islamic Republic's capacity to do this to its own people. I do think some of the points that were made were reasonable in that this is a bad day for the Islamic Republic. It's a good day for Iranians in the death of someone who many people hated. But the limitations I have with this is that why would Haname agree to a diplomatic visit, do all this as a false flag to then just cancel it all? I feel that it makes that's quite a big effort to go to. Again, I'm not saying it is impossible, but some of the other things that we've seen develop since make it rather. It makes me scratch my head. And then the third option is some non-state actor or third party that isn't directly on the opposite ends of this war, of this shadow war, which is the ISIL or one of the other groups. Now, there was the attack in August on the shrine, and I know that people will say that was slightly different. The scale of the attack is much different, but there have been 2 attacks in Iran last year, and there are a heck of a load of IS-K attacks constantly going on in Afghanistan, which doesn't make it too implausible, but some of this spreads over into Iran. And also just because what do non-state actors flourish in? They flourish in instability, they flourish in chaos, and the whole of the Middle East is now in chaos, with Iran arguably at the epicenter of it, or is omnipresent throughout it. So for me, I feel it seems a bit more like a non-state actor did it. Again, I'm not saying I know the answers. I think a lot of what was both said by Hadi and the other individual, so I didn't catch her name, are very astute. But for me, I tend to veer towards a little bit more non-state actor. But that's not me downplaying the heinous things that the Islamic Republic does and has done to its people.
Just one breaking news before we go to the next hand. Thank you, Piotr. Canada also asked its compatriot to leave Lebanon, so it's the 3rd country to do it in a row. It just came out too. Sent it, Mario.
Also, super quick, Mario quoted earlier, I don't know which general it was who blamed Israel, but it is interesting that we have on the record statements from the Ayatollah, from Khamenei, from Ismail Raisi, and from Khani. So obviously the head of the regime, the president, and the head of the IRGC, respectively. None of whom, they all vowed revenge and stuff, but none of whom in their initial statements blamed Israel. So its false flag is always very, very possible with this dastardly, horrible, evil, genocidal regime. But it's interesting that none of the 3 kind of top guys in the regime blamed Israel in their initial statements.
Well, speaking of false flags, I don't know, Mario, if I can weigh in at all, if possible. There's some crazy statements that are made here that Israel doesn't conduct false flag operations. And, I'm not a fan of the IRGC, but I'll be damned if people can kind of use that as a pretext for killing civilians in a cemetery. And the only party that has done that in recent months has been Israel, right? And so the idea that, you've got a panelist here who said that that Israel doesn't conduct false flag operations. In fact, according to US intelligence, what happened during the Bush regime, the Bush administration, sorry, you had Mossad operatives posing as US officials to infiltrate and to pose as to try and recruit Jundallah members, the Balochistan group, to agitate within Iran. So the idea that the Israelis are not committing extrajudicial terrorist acts abroad is amazing to me. And a lot of the people on this panel didn't know who Aruri was when I mentioned him 2 months ago. So it's extraordinary that they're now opining on it now.
Stealth, and
we'll
go to Mike. Yep.
So Aruri was wanted on the U.S. terrorist watch list since 2015. He was designated by the U.S. Department of Treasury as a specially designated global terrorist pursuant to Executive Order 13224. There was a $5 million bounty just for a tip on him, which clearly somebody enacted in Lebanon. So they should be getting their payday very soon.
We are following the transactions in the banks. We're trying to find who got it.
Well, maybe they live
whoever it is, they're no longer in the country, James.
I have forwarded my banking information to all the relevant authorities.
Mario, may I chime in here about this whole false flag notion?
I'll go to Mike. Yeah, I'll go to Mike after Stealth. Mike, jump in when you're done, Stealth.
Yeah, are you done?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm done. Go ahead.
Thank you. Speaking of terrorist watch list, I'm not sure if everybody knows here, but Mir Kahana was on a terrorist watch list by the United States, and he was evacuated to live in Israel. He created a terrorist organization called Kahanazam, and nobody did anything to him because he is
It
a
was
white
outlawed
Jew from
in the
New
Israeli
York.
parliament.
I'm
It was
still
designated a terrorist
speaking.
organization within Israel.
I am still speaking.
If you can also improve your mic, Mike, that would be great.
Yeah, nobody did anything to Mir Kahana because he was a white guy from Brooklyn, New York. With that being said, I want to comment quickly on Goldie's and Cheyenne's
Mayor
points.
Kahana was assassinated. He was literally assassinated. I would
By
say
a
someone did something
Palestinian.
to him.
He was assassinated by
Does
not
that
by
count
the
as doing something? I don't know.
I think that counts
Mario,
as doing something.
can you please tell these white people to hold their
Yeah, guys.
emotions until I'm done speaking?
All people of all skin colors that will let Mike finish. Go ahead.
Please,
This shit doesn't work with
I'm offended.
Mike,
the snow
Mike, go
bunnies
ahead,
on
Mike.
the panel, just hold your guard.
You've never seen my black ass before. Okay, go ahead.
Guys, go ahead, Mike.
Oh my God. Goldie and Cheyenne, you might not believe me because of my accent, but I'm going to say this to the panel. I do stand against the Iran regime and everything, all the atrocities they commit towards their people. I will only take you seriously when you're consistent with your ideologies, right? So you're talking about news agencies that you share. With all due respect, you literally reshare stuff from Vicegrad, which is on the stage right now, which is a propaganda agency. With that being said, when you talk about tactics and parallels, and then on the same breath, you're booty clapping, and excuse my language, for the terrorist Jewish regime of Israel, it just does not mix up for a lot of people. I want to give you two information that I heard recently, and you can look it up if you want. The MI6 in London documented many acts that the Mossad conducted against themselves in London, against their institutions, to basically legitimize whatever needs and asks they do, and to basically enhance Western concerns towards anti-Semitism. Avi Shalom, another Israeli Jewish historian, spoke many times on the operations Mossad conducted in Iraq, Baghdad, and in Syria and Lebanon, of bombing synagogues to basically convince the Jewish populations of these areas to move to the to the terrorist Jewish regime of Israel. So when you want to use these languages, terrorist regime of Iran and terrorist regime of this, and then when it comes to another ethnocracy and theocratical state that is functioning in the same way the IRGC is holding itself, or even ISIS to that matter, because if you look at the similarities between Israel, ISIS, Iran with the current government, they all have the same premise, which is the domination of the religion, domination of an ethno-state for the Jews only, for the Muslims only, and for the ISIS Salafis only. So if you're consistent, I think people will take you more seriously. Hassan Nasrallah's speech, and a lot of people are giving information about which basically country is telling its people to leave. I think all Europeans and all like non-Lebanese people and non-Syrians and non-Palestinians should just leave the countries they're in if they're very concerned. I don't know, why do you take it upon yourself to basically move into a country that you hate? That's one thing I want to say. So Hassan Nasrallah's speech quickly, when he talked about
quickly, and then we'll go. I do want to go to Johnny afterwards.
50% of the Israeli population leaving. He's not threatening people, right? He's stating facts. Since October 7th, 50% of the kibbutz and the settlements in Palestine, they left to the airport. And if anything, that tells you that these people are just there for a vacation and the birthright.
That's actually misinformation. About 500,000.
That's like a lie. It's subjectively a lie. Yeah,
Okay.
subjective.
Over 150,000
The population
people
has
came to the
increased.
country. It has increased, yes.
The population of the army and the population of the country has both increased. But stop lying.
Hold on, just I want to respond quickly. Go tell that to Haaretz, which is an Israeli newspaper, and tell it to B'Tselem, also an organization in Israel.
Whenever you guys quote Haaretz, when you actually go and check Haaretz, Haaretz is like, stop fucking quoting us because you're lying. Whether it's Tinkle Hinkle or people like you.
Mario,
let me go to John.
We're getting away.
I want to go back to So
can we go back
Johnny,
to Iran? I think that's the what's
exactly.
Really
Exactly. Johnny, I'd love you to respond to the points
Mario?
made by Cheyenne, Goldie, Mike, Patty, and others.
Just 1 minute.
Thanks, Maria.
Just 1
It's
second.
amazing that IRGC complaining of
Johnny,
terrorism,
just a
yet
second.
they hold their own population.
Is it breaking
Johnny,
news,
one second.
James?
James,
Hold on.
James
Is it
has
Just,
breaking
Can you
news.
hear me?
before Johnny can go.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
go ahead.
Just
Okay. Yeah, it's just you couldn't make it up. The IRGC
No,
complaining.
hold on. 2 secs, Johnny. What do you have as information,
yes,
James?
the US re-updated their list of level 4. Lebanon was removed from it for a while, and now they got re-added as a level 4 do not travel country. So that's from the State Department.
And who did it just before? I think it was Canada.
So it was,
who was
yeah,
it?
it was
Last
Germany
one?
first, then Sweden, then Canada, then now the US.
Germany, Sweden, Canada, US.
So
All
Mario,
right,
it
cool.
seems
Thank
the
you.
countries, in light of Hassan Nasrallah's speech, of course, probably are just re-upping or renewing and emphasizing their previously held, or maybe updating their previously held positions on not traveling to Lebanon at this time because of the inflammatory nature of the speech. Again, my interpretation, I think a lot of people might be with me on this, is not that they're anticipating anything big or anything massive or totally dangerous, but basically re-emphasizing, both for the new year but also in light of the speech, that maybe don't travel to Lebanon at this time.
I appreciate it. James, if you could share that in our group, that would be great.
Alright.
Oh, you did already. Thank you. Thank you. Johnny, go ahead.
Thanks, Mary. You couldn't make it up. The IRGC complaining of a terrorist act, yet they hold their own population by hostage and terrorize its own people and others. When it comes to all of this, if you think about it, there are several scenarios. Some people argue, oh, it could be the Mujahideen, but the Mujahideen was more powerful when it came to 1980s, and it's got very, very low. The Iranians hate the Mujahideen. Okay, so that's unlikely. They're not what they were in the early 80s when they did the bomb, which ended up with Khamenei having a disabled part of his body. Then you say, people argue, well, it is the Zionists that have done it, but that's not plausible. When they do things, it's very much precise, it's targeted, and it's a high-profile target. It hasn't happened in this instance. So what you're left with is a regime that is in deep trouble. Okay, they suppressed the woman life freedom movement by utter brutality. The people inside Iran hate this regime with all its power. You've got massive civil disobedience going on with women not wearing the hijab. You've got a legitimacy crisis going on. You've got elections coming up this year. Khamenei's just done a tweet, I believe, talking about how the elections are going to be a referendum on the Islamic Republic system as a whole, and imploring people to come out and vote, apart from those that are renter crowds or on the payroll. So that's one angle. The other angle, you've got a situation whereby the Islamic Republic have had hit after hit. They've had Mousavi terminated, one of their key generals in Syria. You have a situation where you have Amir Dalaya, which is their foreign secretary, going around giving red line after red line. If Israel does this, if Israel does that, and yet they don't do absolutely nothing. They've been trying to use these proxies, but they're not quite doing anything. They're just talking a good talk, but they don't follow through. So the legitimacy crisis, you've got inflation roaring, you've got an economic crisis, you've got people that can't even put bread on their table. So they've got deep, deep-rooted issues and scenarios. Then you've got a power kind of game going on within the regime. All of those people trying to get to the Game of Thrones and kissing the ring and being the one in position themselves with Khamenei. He's an aging leader. So it could have been a rogue element within that regime, even, right? Because you have, even by the regime standards, you have hardline, and then the Islamic left, and then you have hardline. So that could be an element to it as well. So in the end, when it comes to all of this, they've got previous form on it. You think about the flight 752, which got shot down, the Ukrainian flight with over 140 passengers, Iranians on board. The Revolutionary Guards denied it. They denied everything about it, apart from when the truth came out and actually they were responsible for it. And what Goldie said before. So people argue as well, why are Iranians standing with Israel at times as opposed to Palestine? I'll tell you why. Palestine authorities, from right at the beginning, you had Arafat in bed with Saddam Hussein with the Iran-Iraq war. Right at the beginning, you had not one protest when it came to Woman Life Freedom Revolution. When it came to 2019, and 1,500 died in 3 days in the month of Aban in November. You had not one protest or solidarity when it came to 2009 and Neda Soltani got killed and all those people that died. So with the Jews, they have supported Iranians. right? They've come out and supported Iranians. That's why Iranians have stood by Israelis to a large extent, not all, to a large extent. And also they know what it's like to live under 44 years of a terrorist regime that's the godfather of terrorism, that has basically held its people under hostage. So that's one of the major reasons. And in the end, remember this, and I'll land with this. Remember what Khomeini said with the Iran-Iraq war. He said war was a blessing to the Ayatollah regime because it consolidated their power. And in the end, this regime's all about maintaining their power and kicking that can down the road to get more time, and stay in power. And if it means that to be the nuclear option somehow, some way, and it preserves them, they will do it. And who's killed more Iranian lives than any other? The Islamic Republic. Thanks, Mario.
Amir, I'd love you to respond to this.
Well, Mario, is my voice okay?
Yes,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
sound fine.
Johnny, my friend, I would assume that you're British, right?
I'm half Iranian, half British, lived in Iran for 4 years during the Iran-Iraq war. So don't make an assumption because it makes an ass out of you and me.
Well, based on your accent, I would say that you have lived in the UK more than you have lived in Iran.
That's irrelevant.
So-
Go on with your point.
Get to the point. You're
No, go ahead. We'll let him answer. Yeah,
No.
Amir, go ahead. On the point.
It was just, yeah. You know that the whole for the past 15 minutes it's just conspiracy theories, references to 1978, and this is just it's mostly very, very unvalidated stuff, and just mixing up lots of points together. And I just want to say that the UK and the British people have no business on saying how the hell Iran should be governed, because we were colonized by the UK for 200 years. So you guys have no moral high ground for us.
Moving
away
from what a British. Because I'm sure a British person. I'm sure a British person that would disagree with Johnny, you'd agree with him. So I think you disagree with Johnny's points. Any specific ones that you'd want to disagree with, Amir?
Yes. So
we're seeing just a lot of voices on stage now blaming the Iranian government. Earlier, we had a lot of voices blame Israel. So you were there earlier as well when we were covering this.
Yeah, let's just be purely realistic. So, okay, the Iranian regime, you guys say they want to kill Iranian. And why the hell would they kill their most beloved fans on the 4th anniversary of Soleimani's assassination by the US? Even if they want to kill their own people, they won't kill their own fans at one of the most important events of the country. Guys, this is just pure BS. This makes no valid point. That's just what I wanted to say. It's just ludicrous.
So just as a response to him, is not a single Revolutionary Guard had been harmed. Israel has a track record of never targeting civilians in Iran. And thirdly, Iranian regime has a track record of targeting their own civilians and blaming it on its
Actually,
enemies.
10 or 15
This is wild. This is wildly
ahistorical.
ahistorical.
Killed today.
Wildly ahistorical.
We'll
go. Let me go.
Mario,
US
I'd like
and
to say
Israel.
something that I think is really important. Amir, I'd like to agree with you.
Yeah.
I'd like to.
The extent to which these
Yeah,
Israelis
go ahead.
on
Let
the
me
panel
go.
are
Let me go.
agitating-
The US
Let me
did
go to.
just come
Let me
out
go
and
to.
say they were not involved at all, Mario, on 38 minutes ago on any of the attacks in Kerman.
Yeah, they did, and they said that Israel. They don't find any reason
Mario, it's a
that
lot
Israel
simpler.
would be involved.
Occam's
But
razor.
go ahead, Eric,
Yeah,
and I'll go ahead.
it's Occam's razor. Again, I'm not buying the notion, and I understand the reasoning. Yes, the Iranian government, the regime, has conducted false flag attacks in the past, but I am loath to believe that this was a false flag, for the simple reason that if it was, you would think that the regime would be united in coming out and blaming Israel and the United States immediately. That's what they would do, but they're not doing that. So Occam's razor, right? So the most likely explanation, or what have you, which is, I believe the regime doesn't know who is responsible. If they conducted this as a false flag attack, again, as an intel analyst, this is where I'm coming from. If this really was a false flag attack, then they would have immediately blamed Israel. That's what you would be hearing. You'd be blaming Israel. You'd be blaming the Western
But they
forces.
did, Eric.
No. But they had one. No, but Moonider. There was one
No,
general.
so
We haven't seen a consistent narrative coming out from the regime, which leads me to believe that the simplest explanation being the likely one, which is they don't know who actually conducted this attack. It was not
I'm
Israel.
hearing just sorry, Eric. I'm hearing
Exactly. It's like
Israeli.
exactly.
Samir. Yeah, well, Eric, I think it's a very good point, by the way. Eric, is there Israeli jets right now over Beirut?
Yes, flying on very low altitude.
Yeah, very low altitude.
It's a message after Nasrallah's speech. Is my quick interpretation.
No,
it's not. They've been flying over Israeli. They've been flying over Lebanese airspace for a while now. It's not a
But
message.
They do it regularly, but
sorry, 3 hours
do
ago
that.
there was a
Usually when they do
statement.
that, it's because they want to attack
What's the
Syria.
state?
So when they
Yeah,
want
what's
to bomb
the?
Syria,
But would it be? Would it be
There's
just
been
quickly?
a statement
Go to
from
the.
BBC that the blast in Cameron targeted a Zoroastrian temple. This would make it even more likely that this could be an ISIS attack, since they have an issue with Zoroastrians as Persian fire worshippers and stand in for Iranians as a whole.
As I've said, Mossad have already posted Jundullah. So the idea that these Israeli agents on the stage here are saying that, it's anyone
This
other
is just
than
from a
them is
BBC journalist.
extremely,
Habiba, do not call us
extremely
Israeli agents. I'll call you a Turkish agent if you'd like.
You've
Should I call
literally worked
Erdogan?
for the IDF.
So, guys, so just Hadi on the Israeli jets flying on low altitude. I know they fly over the capital all the time, but to fly over Beirut on a low altitude, how common is that?
I mean,
that would be more symbolic. One of the military
Mario,
analysts sent me
Israeli
a message
jets
called it a
regularly
mock
fly
attack.
over Lebanon. They violated Lebanese
But
airspace most often.
But Eric, at low altitude, that's the thing. Over Beirut at low altitude.
when
That's
they
why I'm
fly,
low altitude is more of a message. It's what I was saying initially. But
Eric, just a second.
Yeah,
it's not
go
a
ahead,
message. It's nothing. When they fly on low altitude, it's usually on the coast. That's when they're heading to the north of Lebanon to hit Aleppo, or if they're gonna hit from the central to hit Damascus. Usually they use that to hit Syria.
Comment for interdiction of arms transfers out of Damascus.
Mario, may I read the Iranian mission?
Can we not
They released a
5
statement.
people speak at the same time, please?
Yeah. So what's the mission statement, Amir? Oh, do you want to send it to me?
Yes,
Amir,
actually,
can you send it to me via DM? I'll read it out.
Yes.
And let me hear. Yeah, I'll read it. Let's go to Habiba and then Munitor. Habiba, go ahead.
Yeah, so what you've heard, I haven't heard all of the discussion, but the majority of it is essentially Israelis, not only disavowing their responsibility for extrajudicial and extraterritorial attacks throughout the region and trying to destabilize the entire region, whichever way, whichever axis you fall on, the region is united that it's Israel that is the font of terrorism that is trying to destabilize the region.
Stop trying to
and not
direct
only
the
that,
conversation
not
about
only
Israel.
that,
We're talking about
excuse me, you're
Iran
interrupting
right now.
me. Excuse me, you're interrupting me. And not only that, they will do anything to put American soldiers at risk. They do not care about the escalation. This is why the Secretary of Defense keeps trying to de-escalate, and the Israelis keep upping the ante in their op-eds, in their statements, in their attacks. They are trying to create a regional war, and it's not just a regional war. They're trying to destabilize the entire region. All of these people keep disavowing Israel's responsibility for terrorism and their attacks on civilians. It's a lie. We've seen that it's a lie in the last couple of months. Now, you've just said, Eric, that, why didn't Israel? So Israel didn't claim responsibility for that attack right now. And that, yet the attack on Uri, and yet a US official came out and said it was Israel, right? Just now to the Washington Post. So why didn't they claim that? Same reason they don't tend to claim their extrajudicial attacks. And it's not the case that they haven't got a long history of false flag operations. Look at the Levant affair. There's the entire state of Israel is built on false flag operations throughout the Middle East. There's a long list of agitating and creating havoc, even against, Jews in the Middle East. Again, look at the Levant affair. There's so many incidents where they've been disruptive, and this is what they're trying to do now. And I would urge all of those who, look at the state of Lebanon. It's a fragile state at the moment, and it's going through an intense amount of duress. And yet, what is Israel doing? It's trying to destabilize north to south, continual incursions over Lebanese airspace, whichever side of the axis or whatever,
Habiba,
side you fall on.
What do you call
that
Hezbollah rockets on northern Israel?
The fact that Israelis keep
the only one who seems agitated right now
regional
is you, Habiba. And the fact is that you keep trying to refocus this conversation or this panel.
It is on Israel because these are all Israeli state terrorist actions.
We're talking about Lebanon.
This is a rogue regime, and it's a pariah regime. And I'm glad that South Africa is taking.
Let me, Eric. So Eric, 2 seconds. So I'll go to Munitor afterwards, but I do have a. Thanks for sending it through, Amir. The mission the Iranian mission to the UN, they put out a statement. With deep sorrow, I wish to bring to the attention of the UN Secretary General and members of the UN another heart-wrenching terrorist attack that occurred in Iran today on January the 3rd. This reprehensible act, characterized by 2 terrorist explosions near the burial site of Iran's General Qasem Soleimani in the city of Kerman during a ceremony marking his 4th martyrdom anniversary, deliberately targeting innocent people, presently has resulted in the death and grieving loss of at least 103 lives, including children and women, and has left 211 others injured, some in critical condition. So we have at least 103 deaths. I know we had reports of a lot more deaths earlier. Comprehensive investigations are currently underway to identify and apprehend the perpetrators and organizers behind this premeditated and appalling crime. Concurrently, the Islamic Republic of Iran is committed to leveraging all available mechanisms to ensure accountability for those responsible and their accomplices in this heinous terrorist act. Iran unequivocally condemns such abhorrent acts of terrorism and remains steadfast in the pursuit of justice for the victims. We urgently implore the Secretary General and the Security Council to condemn this horrific terrorist attack unequivocally. This request aligns with the Secretary General's unwavering stance and the established practice of the Security Council in unequivocal condemnation of terrorism and recognition of it as a grave threat to international peace and security through resolutions. As one of the primary victims of terrorism and having directly experienced its catastrophic consequences, the Islamic Republic of Iran remains steadfast in its unwavering commitment to leading this fight against this scourge. I should be grateful if you would have the present letter circulated as a document to the Security Council. So I'll just put out. So
Mario,
again,
not
no
one
finger pointing.
reference to
They haven't
Israel.
exactly.
Not one reference.
Exactly. Which kind of, in my opinion, this goes against both assumption. The assumption number one that this is Israel, and assumption number two that this is a false flag attack. Because in both cases, the finger will be pointing at Israel. Munitor, I think you disagree with my second statement that this is a false flag attack, or am I false in assuming that?
No, hi guys. I actually agree with both of your statements. I do believe that this is not something that was done by Israel, because when you look at the reasonings and the motivations, Israel does not need any reasons to attack Iran. So for Iran to give them a reason or make up a reason to attack Iran, Israel can go ahead and do it, because number one, they are already in contact when it comes to Syria. They're already in contact when it comes to Hamas. They're already in contact when it comes to Hezbollah. So that's just I'm really sorry, but it's a really weak assumption to even.
Monitor, you're making great points. Mitch, you're making great points. Is there any chance you can improve your mic? I can give you a few seconds if needed.
Oh, like you can't hear me?
Oh, now it's getting better. Hold on, I think you got closer. Can you try again?
Yeah, sure. You can hear me now?
It's just a little
still
bit
pretty...
of sound from the street. It's probably
yeah, exactly.
Oh, you know what? Give me a second. Let me close my AirPods.
Yeah, let me get you close your AirPods. I'll let you do that. Let me go to Goldie. Go to Goldie
I
afterwards.
just want to speak on the UN statement. That's why I popped up again.
Sure. Go ahead, and then we'll go to Goldie afterwards. And Sharon, thanks for waiting. Go ahead, Josh, and
I'm going to head off after this. So thanks a lot for the space and the conversation. I was trying to be diplomatic earlier, but now that we've had a diplomatic statement at the UN, wow, I wasn't expecting that. I definitely don't think that this was a run. I'm not just thinking it was possibly. I'm really like, why would the Islamic Republic go to such an extent? What, they really want to cover their own ass? Those are certain extensive steps that they're going to. So I personally am veering even more away from the Islamic Republic, or maybe I'm just a sap and I believe they're very good public diplomacy. I don't know, but that's a step that I wasn't expecting.
But does it also mean? So you said it's not Iran, but does it also mean it's not Israel either?
No. They're calling it a terroristic act. Did they call Israel by name?
They didn't mention Israel at all. They didn't even imply. They didn't even imply Israel.
Then I don't think they did,
because they say the fear of the Zionist regime. This is the Iran mission to the UN. Again, I'm not a fan of the IRGC, but they say the fear of the Zionist regime and its puppet terrorist groups of Martyr Suleiman led to another crime in Kerman. They actually said the Zionist regime during his commemoration.
Who is she?
Yeah,
Who is she?
hang on. There's a distinction.
But
there.
that has
It
nothing to
says
do with
Iran
the
will
attack.
respond. It says Iran will
Who
respond
is
with
this
has
person,
nothing to do-
Habiba? Who are you quoting?
There's a
Who
distinction.
are you quoting?
Hang on. Can I just?
I just said who I was quoting.
Like, okay, let me just try and just again with no skin in the game here. For me personally, I see that as that's quite cryptic. In my reading, the UN again is all about wording, how you put words together, what words you choose, very important. For me, I read that as they are making association of the Zionist regime in their words, but they're not calling out directly that Israel are the perpetrators. They're saying through the actions of the Zionist regime and in the broader region. So I don't think
Yeah, and as I mentioned,
and
You
earlier,
can't get clearer than that, Piotr. I mean, which other Zionist
They
regime
could
is there
just
in the
say
region?
we blame Israel, but they're not. They are saying it.
I mean,
They're
literally,
not
which
doing
other
that. There was
Zionist
no
regime is there
reference
in the
to Israel or the
region?
Zionist regime in the
Yeah,
response
but if
to
they
the
wouldn't
bombing in
reference
Kerman.
the
There was
regime,
nothing.
the region. They would just say, "We think Israel did this. We believe Israel are
Correct.
behind this, and therefore
Wait,
we are
hold
going
on.
to
So
reply."
you're saying that they didn't quote that? I really don't understand this logic. Them saying
Well, I'm
Zionist
sorry if
regime
you
is
can't
not
keep
saying
up with the
Israel.
nuances of
I don't get it.
No, they
defining
didn't say,
that.
but they didn't
That's not my
say, but they didn't say Zionist. Hold on, they didn't say Zionist regime, and the UN mission did not state the Zionist regime either.
Yeah,
Habiba.
Oh, they didn't. I didn't
Thank
say
you.
that.
That's why
They said it during the
Mario.
ceremony
Look,
for
I'll send you
Soleimani.
I'll
That's
send you
it.
the statement, Mario.
No,
But
so
it does say it.
Habiba, are you referring to the? Hold on, who said it? The UN mission or the general earlier a few hours ago?
No, the Iran mission to the UN said the fear of they said the fear of
When
the
did they
Zionist
say
regime
that?
and its puppet terrorist groups of Martyr Soleimani led to another crime in Kerman during his commemoration ceremony. Iran will
Can you send
respond
that
with
through?
fire and
Habiba?
fury. It says Iran will respond
Can
with
you
fire and
hold
fury
on,
to the
please, everyone? Could you?
perpetrators.
The link.
All right, guys, can everyone just calm down? So, Habiba, do you mind sending that through to me, please? Just DM it to me. It's important.
Yeah, I'm doing it now. Okay.
Cool, perfect. Thank you. I'll just wait, and if everyone could.
Yeah,
Mario, I just
Mario,
wanted
please,
to jump in.
Mario, please verify that before putting that statement
Mario,
for
it's the first
thousands of
thing
people.
pinned.
Thank
Mario,
you.
it's the
hold
first
on,
thing
guys,
pinned to the
guys.
permanent mission of Iran to the UN. That's the first thing pinned, and what they say specifically is the fear of the Zionist regime and its.
Eric, will you speak? I think you just
They didn't blame the crime on Israel.
Yeah,
That's
but
a really
just to
strange
point
way
out,
of reading
just
it.
Habiba, just 1 second. Let's point out also that the IRGC and the IRGC, the resistance axis, believes that Israel has some entities in the region, including ISIS and other elements that they call puppet regimes, the same way puppet like what do you call it, organizations. So the message that we received, I think Mario, we sent it in the back channel a while ago too.
Yeah, I see.
It was very like. We believe that the regional instability created by the Zionist regime and the people around it is what led to the explosion right now. They are not, which
So
is
James, you've sent me the document, and then you sent me that first part, the fear of the Zionist regime, which I'm going to read out. Is that part in the document, or is that separate?
No, it's in the tweet, Mario. I sent you the tweet.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, so what you're saying?
It's not in the document.
Thank you. So James, just quickly, James, the
Habiba.
first part is no, James. James,
I sent you.
James, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
What you sent me, it says Iran PR to the UN, and that has the fear of the Zionist regime, and then it has the document in 2 images, correct?
I did not send you anything about Iran. I sent it in the group like a couple of hours.
Amir, sorry, is Amir there? No, he dropped out. All right, Amir sent it to me, and Amir did
No, I
put
sent
that
it to you on
part.
your WhatsApp as well. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't get that yet.
Mario,
So yeah, they did say. Let me read out exactly just for the audience. The fear of the Zionist regime and its puppet terrorist groups of Soleimani led to another crime in Kerman during his commemoration ceremony. So they did say. I'm not sure if this is. So is that Habiba? Is that in their tweet that included the document?
No, so the tweet says it, and they've said it before the IRGC has, like because that's the UN mission to it, but that is still the IRGC representative.
United Nations, that is the highest level of intergovernmental organization.
Right.
The United Nations is not going to be reliant on a tweet. It will go to the Iranian Islamic Republic United Nations mission website if they have
Hold
it.
on, no, that's
And
not
this
the
is-
case actually, because
clarifying because
that's not the case actually.
well,
In
it
terms
is
of
the
Iran,
case
because
I've been working in the UN for 4 years.
But they did say
we're
so.
talking
So
about
let
Iran
me
here, right?
2 seconds.
So
Yeah, let me
who's the key
guys.
representative
Yeah.
there?
So
Whose words were taken at face value?
Piotr, Habiba, just 2 seconds. So Piotr, he got the permanent mission on their own account. They included the document which I just read earlier. But in the tweet, and I'll send you through. let me send you through the tweet. Let me send you through 2 seconds, man. Let me send you through the tweet just so you know what I'm referring to. Maybe you've seen it already. And in the tweet, and I'm just gonna I'll pin it at the top as well. Or Habiba, if you can pin it at the top of the space, and the team's going to be posting about it as well. In the tweet itself, they did say the fear of the Zionist regime and its puppet terrorist groups.
Yeah, and the vice president of Iran did say the same thing. It was a very cryptic message where he said that we anticipate that the terrorist attack comes from the regime, and we're gonna retaliate from the Zionist entity and its allies. That's what we send in the group. It is a cryptic message. It's not a clear warning. It's not a clear threat.
Hold on 1 second, Amar. You know when Zarif would put out statements on Twitter, they were taken at face value, and he was seen as a direct representative. And obviously, he did speak at the UN and all these kind of, and he wasn't just an FM. When he did speak, it was his tweets were taken seriously. They didn't. It wasn't the case that the UN didn't take his words seriously.
Guys, everyone, just take a second. So, Piotr, have you seen the tweet? And can you tell me, what do you? So, what's the difference between? What's the difference if they included it in the tweet but they didn't put it in the document? Does that make much of a difference?
Yes, because
this is not an official account, by the way.
Okay, so hold on. The permanent mission of the Iranian UN is a verified, but I don't know if there's official.
No, it's not.
verified.
No, it's not. This is not
It says,
official. Mark.
it helps. You can tell me that. You just don't scream. Official. It says the description says official Twitter account of permanent mission of the Islamic Republic of Iran to the UN, New York.
Yeah, I put that in my bio too.
Yeah, so I'm
check
trying
right
to be.
now.
Give me a
Give
second,
me
guys.
5 minutes.
I'm
I'll
trying to
check.
be as. I
Sure,
am not very confident in this Twitter page, if I'm honest. It is followed by a few academics and professionals that I do respect, both critical of Iran and more sympathetic to the moderates or whatever you want to say. So I think it is. Yes, it is, because it's followed by UN peacekeeping, which is
Mario.
the
That's the official account. It's on their website.
Yeah, it is the official
exactly
account
because it's been referred to.
Now that we've got that established, let's actually read the document. The Islamic Republic of Iran unequivocally condemns such abhorrent acts of terrorism and remains steadfast. Right, this is all language that is standard UN high diplomatic blah 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 as one of the primary targets blah blah blah. There is no mention of Israel or Zionism in the written communique. Now, this is somewhere that we can debate, and I'm happy to do that another time. I have to go, which is basically that the comments of the permanent mission on Twitter are going to be provocative because it's Twitter or X, but the direct communique that's sent, don't forget that this isn't addressed to people on Twitter. It's directly addressed to the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, so it's going to be put in a certain way. So they're not going to use words like the fear of Zionist, at least in my experience. So personally, I think you should pay more attention to the UN document and take note of the tweet. Obviously, they're going to write some intense stuff. We're in the middle of a bloody war, but I don't.
Yeah. So
think
what was
that's
it that
more
James?
important as
James,
the
you quoted
things.
2 other officials though. Supporting that view. Can you post those comments as well? Because I don't think there's anything cryptic about that.
The vice president of Iran did say that's the only person that talked.
What did he say exactly? What did he say exactly?
I'll resend you the message in the group. But just to point out something. Let's reread the message that Habiba did put in the upper okay, which one? Oh, the permanent mission.
Space.
This one. Yeah. The fear of the Zionist regime and its puppet terrorist group of Martyr Soleimani. So the fact that the Zionist regime fears and its puppet groups fear Martyr Soleimani led to another crime in Kerman during his commemoration ceremony.
Hence, they're not blaming Israel.
Yeah, the sentence in itself is not blaming. It's not. That's the point. That's what I'm trying to say. They are allowed to say
what
that.
What we're trying to push against, James, is the idea that Israel does not kill civilians abroad. And as you know, as a Lebanese, whose country your country has been attacked.
Will you stop trying to direct this conversation about
Habiba,
Israel?
Eric, 1 second. Let me just
Habiba,
just 1 second.
Can we talk for fuck's sake? Can we talk? You pro-regime?
That's the great way to get. Just 2 seconds. That's the great way to get kicked off the stage, Cheyenne. Hey, go ahead, James. Finish off.
Just point out, I'm completely not pro-regime. let's go back let's go back to the point. What I'm trying to say and what I'm trying to explain is that this is not a direct threat to the audience, and that's for the audience to understand. This is not a direct threat towards the Israel or the Zionist regime, the way you want to call it. It's not a direct threat. It's them saying that the fact that this entity, which they call the Zionist regime or Israel, is in the region, has increased the chance of terrorist activity into their land. It's not pinpointing a certain person. I'm not
Wait a
saying
second,
that Israel.
James, are you missing the second paragraph? The second paragraph.
The
Where it
second.
says
Let's
Iran will respond with fire and fury to the orchestrators, perpetrators, and anyone who has aided and abetted this in this terrorist attack.
Yes,
I mean, how is that
Israel
not?
says the
So
same
what he's
thing.
saying, so essentially what he's saying, James, is that statement, the tweet.
There's breaking news,
is-
Mario. By
Yeah,
the
there are
way.
breaking
There's
Oh, what
news.
happened?
I'm hearing the planes from Israel is attacking right now. The IDF is Air Force attacking in Lebanon, and there is also a big explosion. Was in southern Lebanon.
Okay,
IDF
okay.
Air Force.
near Baghdad.
And
They're
there is
attacking
also in
positions of
Baghdad.
Hezbollah in southern
They're
Lebanon.
attacking the whole region again. Bloody
Yeah,
hell.
and in
Oh,
Baghdad.
Hold on,
stop
two
it.
seconds. 2 seconds. The whole region, is it southern Lebanon or who said whole region?
No, not the whole region.
No, I am.
Habiba
I'm
said
just
the whole
Okay,
region.
just 2 seconds. Everyone,
She's
just
just
2
being
seconds.
inflammatory, Mario.
Yeah, Habiba,
Habiba
just 2
said
seconds.
something dishonest and stupid again.
Okay, last time, please, guys. So Habiba, you said the whole region. It's just southern
No,
Lebanon.
as in, look, when they're attacking, which parties have they attacked in the last 2 months? They've attacked. And again,
No,
I don't
okay,
like
so we're just
certain
talking.
regimes.
Guys, I'm just going a bit back and forth with Habiba. So Habiba, what you're saying, just that particular attack now southern Lebanon. So when you said, okay, they're attacking the whole region, it just implies that they're attacking Beirut, they're attacking Hezbollah positions across Lebanon, which will scare the hell out of anyone in Lebanon right now listening to us. That's why I just wanted to
Mario,
clarify.
look, if you look at
So you're looking. Let me go. I'm gonna
We are
interview.
talking about the breaking news.
James,
so the fact that they
yeah.
attacked
2 seconds,
in
2 seconds.
Beirut.
All right, so please, guys, I don't want to remove someone else like Cheyenne, if you don't mind. I do want to go to just some other voices that have been waiting patiently. Johnny, and by the way, if there's any other updates, Heidi, you're pretty good at updating us on the southern border. If there's anything major, do let us know. Because I do know, Heidi, as well, that Hezbollah put out a statement, I think, prior to the speech, when the Iranian explosions happened, that they attacked a gathering of Israeli soldiers with the volcano missile. Is that correct, Heidi? It was earlier today.
Correct, in Shlomi.
Yeah. So there's just I'm not sure if you'd consider that escalation, and they've used the Borkan missile already.
Can I report some breaking news for you? Like really?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, there was just reports about explosion in Baghdad. Apparently, the U.S. military is attacking Iranian targets. Just wanted to update you.
Oh, thank you. Johnny, it just seems that we do know that a U.S. base was also attacked earlier. I think it was in Iraq. During the speech, Nasrallah speech, Johnny, just seeing some escalation. I wouldn't call it major, but we're seeing escalations in Iraq and obviously on the southern border. It's either slight escalation or continued tit for tat. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, the Islamic Republic speak in riddles from both sides of the mouth. That's their modus operandi, and they tend to do things through their proxies because they don't do it blatantly and directly. This is their way they do stuff. So there will be some kind of escalation, but let's think about when actually Soleimani got assassinated. When Trump was in as the president of the United States, what did they do? They just sent some rockets in a base which didn't really kill any US personnel, but they were having to seem to have responded. This is what they do. They do things in a very sneaky kind of way through proxies, where they try to do a bit of hit there, a bit of hit there, because they're in a real serious situation where they need to be seen from their support base that they're doing something rather than all this empty talk all of the time. So they'll do it in a kind of calculated, because that's what they do. They're a sophisticated theocracy. They think with a calculated kind of way, despite their rhetoric. So I wouldn't expect anything more than that as of yet. But I do think Hezbollah will escalate, being a main proxy of the Islamic Republic, because there's a legitimacy crisis, as I said before. And when we speak about the UN, who appointed the United Nations, remember, appointed the Islamic Republic as the chairman of the Human Rights Council when it was woman life freedom, whilst people in the streets of Iran were being raped, tortured, killed. So the UN just holds no kind of water or strength of power of authority when it comes to Iranians. So we'll watch this space, but it's going to come down a lot to this year with these elections and Khamenei's tweet. And my last point, Mario, is that I wouldn't understate that there are real shifting of power plays being done in that regime since this revolution has happened with woman life freedom, and that there are rogue also elements or more hardcore elements trying to jostle for power. But expect a lot of escalation through proxies.
Yeah, I'll go. I want to go to Hadi again. Hadi, is there more updates on the southern border? Anything new, and how serious are those attacks compared to others?
So there's nothing major to report, to be honest. It's just like one of the same routine attacks that we've seen every day, because Hezbollah did attack Shlomi with Burkam rockets, so it only makes sense for Israel to
How often do they use Burkan missiles? Because I remember the first time they used them, it was
they're still
considered
using, I
pretty
think, the old version of the Burkan, not the new one. So they're still using the older version of it. So it happened like around, I don't know, like 5 times now.
5
so
6 times, yeah. That's
yeah.
All right, so we do
Okay,
have a
Mario,
statement
can I
by
take my turn back whenever you're done?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah, go ahead now, Monitor. I forgot you had
Okay,
issues before.
Sure, no problem. I hope that you can hear me properly. And my
We
apologies
can, yes.
for apologies. I was looking at a different text. That's why I said that this is not an official account. So what I was going to say, I was just going to bring to light the domestic politics of Iran at this moment. So what happened last year has put the regime in a really critical situation. And what's happening since then, and I'm going to be really honest with you, the opposition has not been able to hold a front, a really solid front, to convince the rest of the world that this regime needs to fall, unfortunately, okay? So all of this now on a really big campaign is now getting broadcasted to the people of Iran. So what the regime needs to do is to create chaos and mayhem to tell the people of Iran that if I'm out, this is what you're going to get. You're going to get Iraq. You're going to be like Iraq. You're going to be like Syria. So that's why they create these stuff. When it comes to Israel, and the reason why we can assume that this is not an Israeli job, we just saw how Israel executed the Hamas leaders in Lebanon. Israel executed Fakhrizadeh. He was a nuclear scientist in Iran, and his wife was in the car with him, but they only killed him. So this is not what happened today. Is not Israeli style of executions and bombings. Okay, so these are two legit reasons. And Stealth brought it up too. No IRGC members were killed, which is a really important, I believe, subject. And that, and then one more thing that I want to say, but I can always chime in the rest of the conversation. So,
Yeah,
we'll
give you the
Monitor,
mic.
I just want to drop in Mario John Kirby's statements from the White House right now. So
please, yes.
A couple of things that were mentioned. Talks with Qatar are ongoing for hostages, which is significant. Secondly, he confirmed the fact that the U.S. was not involved in what happened in Kerman, and also that they do not believe Israel was involved as well.
Is that the Kirby statement, Stealth? The Kirby
yes, Kirby statement.
All right, excellent,
from
yes.
Kirby. Yeah. Another statement out of Kirby was that Israel has the right to go after Hamas leadership, and that by doing so, it has caused the destabilization of Hamas in Gaza. And they agreed that they have every right. Somebody asked a question regarding Aruri being on a terrorist watch list with a $5 million bounty, confirmed again by reporters, and that's listed on the U.S. website as well. So they have no issue regarding that, and they also did not confirm or deny that it was Israel that was involved in the military action in Beirut as well. If I see anything else, I'll let you know. Thanks.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I do
Really,
want to
Mario, really quick, if I could.
Go ahead, AB. Go ahead, and we'll go to Steer and Gil.
I've one of the many, but maybe less important, but still important lessons that I've learned, Troy, that I've been trying to teach throughout this conflict since the Gaza war started, was that, North Americans have a weakness for clean British accents. So just because someone says something with a clean British accent,
God's sake, I can't
does
help
not mean
the way I speak, AB. Like, it's just, my God.
Habiba,
like,
Habiba.
of all the things
No,
to attack me on, my God.
Habiba, silent. No, I'm not attacking you. I love the accent. I'm just trying to say it does not mask to me the moronic sentiments behind it. So the only thing she kept on repeating is "la bonne affaire." She knows nothing else besides the words "la bonne affaire." She doesn't know that it occurred
I
at
can literally go on
Hold
for
on,
hours
hold on,
about
hold
Israeli
on,
false
hold on.
flag attacks
She
against
doesn't know.
civilians.
She doesn't know that it occurred in 1954. She says the Zionist
You
regime
guys
does
were
this all the.
literally referring to how it
Shut your
raised.
mouth. Shut your mouth for a second. Let me finish my sentence.
Let's keep
She doesn't
respect,
know.
please.
She doesn't know that it occurred in like 65 years ago, right? She doesn't know that. She doesn't know that not a single civilian was killed during the Levant affair. Only the agents themselves. So for a person who says the Zionist regime does this all the time, she was able to quote a mission that occurred 65 years ago with literally
So
zero
let me
civilian casualties.
let
Okay,
me go
so
back
do you
and
want
Habiba, I'll let you respond, Habiba, and go to Syrian. But I do want to mention, and Vizgard, I see you dropped. I'll bring you back up in a bit. I do want to mention John Kirby's statement. We do not want the war between Israel and Hamas to expand in the region. We will work to protect navigation in the Red Sea. We have no details about who is behind the bombings in Iran. We have no indication that Israel is involved in the recent explosion in Iran in any way. Israel has the right to eliminate any threat to its security and its people. We believe that the Israeli military can undermine Hamas's ability to launch attacks inside Israel. Hamas still has significant capabilities in the Gaza Strip. We had nothing to do with the attack that occurred in Beirut. We do not believe that the military attack will eliminate Hamas's ideology, and we accept the idea that Hamas will continue to exist. Okay, I think it's a pretty important statement there. Talks to release hostages from Gaza are underway and serious. We do not want to see an expansion of the conflict in the region. So a statement that's de-escalatory on all ways says that Israel was not involved in Iran. The US was not involved in anything that happened in the last 48 hours. So nothing concerning based on this statement. And for me, what's surprising when he says we accept the idea that Hamas will continue to exist. Sharon, I appreciate you for waiting. Voice as well, and everyone else. I do want to go to Hearing Girl to respond briefly, and then we'll continue with the panel. Self? We'll go to you in a bit. I'll let you respond to AB's point in a bit as well. Syrian, can you hear me?
Oh, hi. Yes, pleasure to be here, guys.
Did you?
So
okay.
Yes, so I have a list of incidents that happened during the Beirut blast that before the Beirut blast that Israel was responsible for, since the Lebanon affair was too long ago to be legitimate, supposedly by these people's standards. So someone said that this is not Israel's style. It is Israel's style. In 26th of June 2020.
We're talking about the bombing in Iran, not
Yeah,
Beirut.
we are talking about the bombing in Iran. There was in Iran a think tank stated in 2020 that because Iran is gonna experience a bunch of terrorist attacks because of their nuclear proliferation or whatever. Iran's military base exploded in 2020. Nuclear power plant exploded in 2020. Iran could face a summer of bombings. Washington think tank. Iran mysteriously port fire explosion. 7 ships destroyed. 15th of July 2020. Experts warn Israel behind sabotage in Iran. 17th of July 2020. Explosion at medical center in Tehran. 19th of July 2020. Israel shells Lebanese border. 27th of July 2020. Netanyahu threatens Hezbollah. 28th of July 2020. 7th of August 2020. Israel attacks Syria. Israel bombs Gaza. This is all 2020. All in the same months that these attacks were happening in Iran. Iran industrial area fire. 4th of August. Israel's defense minister Benny Gantz stopped short of acknowledging his government's role in Iran's sabotage, saying only that Israel was not necessarily involved in the incident. Beirut blast, 4th of August 2020. I've had people from Lebanese, parts of the government tell me they know that Israel was behind it. So let's just stop pretending that Israel doesn't conduct bombings all over Iran all the time. And let's not pretend that Israel's terrorist origins, like Levon affair and the fact the IDF is composed of 3 terrorist groups, Lehi, Ergon, and Haganah, and that's how they were created and formed. Let's not forget that all of these things are important, and let's not delude ourselves into thinking that Israel wasn't behind this terrorist attack.
Are you hoping that nobody listens to the actual content of what comes out of your mouth? Because you said blah blah blah. The Levant affair was too far ago. By the way, again, 0 civilian casualties 65
I
years
was
ago. And then
mocking your
hold on.
claim.
You
I
finish
was
your sentence.
mocking your
Hold
claim.
on.
It was
Hold on.
too far ago.
Hold on 1 second. You finish your sentence, and then you proceeded to list a whole bunch of attacks on the Iranian nuclear program, on Syrian regime, on
Also a medical
military
center.
targets. So are you
You
like
killed
hoping that
scientists.
you
You
come up with a
murdered civilian
declaration?
scientists. You murdered civilian scientists
Yeah,
in
yeah.
Iran.
For
Well,
objective, the Iranian nuclear
participating
program.
in a fucking terror.
Just so
All right, let me go.
dumb.
Let me
Just
go.
so
Let me go,
dumb.
guys. AB, hold on. AB, just a second. Let me go to Cassandra.
Give me a
Cassandra.
better
That
quality
is
of
my
opponent.
turn,
Mario,
Mario, that is my turn.
Yeah,
That
go
is
ahead,
my
Shan.
turn.
I'll give you the
Look,
pleasure to respond. Then we'll go to Cassandra
look,
afterwards. Go ahead.
I waited very long, waited very long because they asked me a lot of questions. First, number one question, they asked me, Cheyenne, why don't you support Palestine? Look, I'm coming from an army family. My father is a retired army officer. I've lost 2 of my uncles in Iran-Iraq war. So I'm an Iranian nationalist. Why don't I support Palestine? First, because Palestine, during Iraqi invasion of Iran, killing Iranian civilians, Palestine supported who? Which side? Yes, Saddam Hussein, not Iranians. We arrested more than 3,000 Palestinian soldiers for fighting for Saddam Hussein's army, the Ba'ath army. And Palestinians supported the MEK to overthrow the Shah of Iran. Palestinians supported the Ayatollah dictator, and up to today, they support the Ayatollah dictator. And you ask me why I don't support Palestine? Because Palestine did not support Iranians coming to the streets in Mahsa Amini uprising. Did Palestinians support Iranians when they came to the streets of Iran? No.
Bloody hell.
That is why we don't support Palestine, because they don't support us. That's number one question. Another question, look, it's not question of Islam. I'm an ex-Muslim. I have members of my family are all Muslims. It's not questions of, all of them are insensitive when it comes to Palestinians. You know why? Because this is not question of Islam. If it was question of Islam, why these Arabs here who are, I'm sure most of them are paid agents of the regime, why they're insensitive toward persecution of Sunnis inside Iran. In Iran, the regime a few months ago killed off Iranian Sunnis in the province of Sistan and Baluchistan. Why an Arab Sunni is defending a Shiite caliphate that is killing Sunni people inside Iran and Sunni people in Syria?
I'll let you finish. You just don't yell too much in the mic if you don't mind, please, sir. Go ahead.
Look, why these Muslims are not coming to the streets of Europe for Uyghurs? The Uyghur people are getting ethnic cleansing in China. Chinese Communist Party is putting Uyghurs, the Chinese Muslims, into concentration camps. Why they didn't have these rallies for Myanmar Muslims? This is not question of Islam. This is question of left, right-wing puppet masters who are fighting over the puppet master things. And these Muslims who come into the streets of Europe are only pawns and useful idiots.
Let me go to Kessa. Thank you, Shan. And for next time, just try to yell a bit less, just because your mic is really clear, so it's really easy to hear you, even when you yell. It's very hard. Kessa and Dane, I'll go to you. Just kind of comment. I know you agree with us. I assume you agree with some of the points that Shan made.
Yeah, of course, definitely. Thank you, Mario, for giving me the mic. I'm just very quickly, I'm going to tell you about why Iranians definitely know that this is exactly by the regime. Because why? Because back in 2019, they massacred more than 4,000 Iranian in 3 days, and the world was silent, and they turned a blind eye. After that, we go back to Cinema Rex. Please, everyone can Google that. Cinema Rex is the incident that these mullah, they did it to come into power and turn the public eyes on our Shah. Then we go back to, again, Shiraz last year. They did it again, and they did put it on ISIS. But let's just be very clear that we know this regime, if tomorrow, for example, comes out Fatimiyun or any other terrorist group and they say, okay, it was us, they are all working for the regime. It's not that they say, okay, the regime goes out and kill. Why the Soleimani family were not there? Why no IRGC members were at the funeral? Why no any other, let's say, officials were there? I couldn't even wrap my head to tell you, give you more information, but there are millions of that. Also, let's be very clear. I I don't want to say, okay, I defend Israel, so this is not Israel's fault. But if you go back through history and see how they operate within these terrorists inside Iran, they do not operate like that. And this is something that Iranians are very familiar with the regime's tactics. I tweeted immediately when this happened. My last point. Just look at the regime's apologies now, who like Trita Parsi and all of those NIAC members, and see how they are shielding for the regime and how they are turning all the regime's point out there. And when someone asked why the regime officials are not affirming this, because look, because the Westerns, their apologists are doing this for them instead of themselves. Thank you for giving me the mic.
Not at all. Thank you.
Can I
And
answer
you kind of
Mario? Answer. I
yeah. Go
also
ahead.
answer one thing.
Maya, can I answer after Hadi, please?
Okay, she's gone. I'm sorry, Kassandan, you've gone. I wanted to ask you something, but I literally had no idea what you were trying to say. But again, the same thing is happening. They keep listing so-called false flags from the past. They were proven to be attacks by ISIS and other separate groups, but for some reason, in their mind, it is a false flag without providing any evidence or proof.
Hadi,
But again,
the bombing, Hadi, just a second.
Monitor, you'll have your time. Please do not interrupt.
Hadi, just a
Just let
second.
me
I
finish. Do
one
not interrupt.
sentence. One
Okay.
sentence.
Okay, say it. Go ahead, say it.
Yeah, the theater that she was talking about.
I know the theater. I know
The
the
year
theater.
that happened, ISIS did not exist here. Okay?
There's a lot of organizations other than ISIS. Let's not use ISIS as this boogeyman every time we use ISIS. There's a lot of groups other than ISIS. There are Iranian terrorists as well. Let's not forget about those. Let's not forget about the separatists. Let's not forget MEK. The Shahists are also terrorists. There's a lot of terrorist attacks committed by people who support the Shah. It's fine. We can also mention those. But I'm saying you always say it's a false flag without providing evidence. Not even foreign intelligence who support your revolution and uprising against the regime support your claims. They say it is a terrorist attack by ISIS or other separatist groups or other nationalist groups or whatever you want to call them. So I don't know your claims that you keep saying them. What is your evidence? You just give us emotions. You just give us. We know that the Iranian people know that. But we don't know that, and a lot of Iranian people do not agree with you. So what is your evidence to that? And Shayan, come on, you're giving us your humanitarian speech. Why don't you support the Muslims in China? Why don't you support that? And 1 minute before that, you were saying you support Israel against the Palestinians. So it's not a humanitarian take from your side as well. So don't use the humanitarian card against us.
I do want to. I know we're heavily just so with the.
How about that?
Adi, he said he's an ex-Muslim, and it's a nationalist take from him, not a pro-Muslim take, right? He said
but he was talking to us about why don't we support that? Why don't we support that? Do you?
Okay, but Hadi, how is this
because you told me before I'm not Iranian and I'm not allowed to speak about the regime that is oppressing you, and you're not Palestinian, so you're not allowed to speak about Israel that is oppressing Palestinians. That's the same take I'm giving you.
He didn't say you're not allowed
the irony
to.
for me is that if you're against the IRGC, fair enough. I'm against NIAC. I'm against the
Habiba,
the fact that you choose. Hold on, Munita, I'm going to address you now. I'm going to address you now.
Palestinian or Iranian. You're neither one of them. So allow me to speak.
How is it? How is it? So neither of you care about humanitarian law or civilians. So your opposition, right, is invalidated when you do not stand against the persecution and the genocide of Palestinians.
This is not a space.
No, you are selectively choosing based on race. Okay, and if you see civilians being killed, you should stand against it. And that is it. That's all it takes, right? You cannot oppose one regime and then support another terrorist regime. It's bullshit.
Habiba, calm down. This is not a space about Iranian opposition. This is a space about the bombing that happened in Iran, and this is a space about
the reason. Okay, let me address the reason I mentioned. Right. The reason I mentioned Jundullah, why did I mention the false flag operation that the Israelis operated on in Iran? Because US intelligence said that the Israelis were literally placing American lives at risk. And I quote, that's a foreign policy article, right? And it talked about that operation, and it was pretty recent. It was under the George Bush administration. That's when the intelligence archive was released.
George Bush is no longer president.
I'm talking about when the intelligence archives were released.
So I do want just let me go back to just 2 updates here. We have the explosions in Baghdad and Hilla, where the cause was unknown earlier. So it seems to be, where's the information? There it is. It was caused by the controlled detonation of unexploded ordnance by the Iraqi army. So there was assumptions that this could be U.S. Strikes on Iran-backed forces in Iraq. That's not the case. It doesn't look like it's the case. And number two, there's attacks, Israeli raid on the town of Nakura, south of Lebanon. Heidi, I assume this is within the so-called code of conduct, code of war, the rules of engagement that they have, that Israel and Hezbollah have, correct?
Yes, Naura is still one of them. So
And
it's basically near the ocean, near the sea.
Okay, and the strength of the explosion is the same as usual?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and so we haven't seen any retaliation, and Voice, maybe I'll go to you there, and Goldie, thanks for waiting. We haven't seen any major retaliation, not for the assassination in Beirut and not for the attacks on Iran, if there will be any in terms of Iran so far, Voice. Your thoughts, what we're seeing so far, and then I'll go to James as well to get your thoughts, James, on when do you think Hezbollah will respond to what we saw in Beirut yesterday, and what would that response be in your opinion? Let's go with Voice first. Voice, you there? Voice from Voice from the East. Your mic isn't working. James, go ahead.
Sure. I had someone who sent me quite an interesting point about the speech of Nasrallah, which I didn't think about. But in the middle of the speech, he said, "We are not afraid of war," as if he, as a person, believes that the attack on Lebanon and the southern part of Lebanon was expected to rile up Hezbollah and make it go to war. And the fact that he's waiting and being patient with his response, which is a response to your question, I think he's being patient. I think he's being calculative. He's choosing the best opportunity to shoot and to hit back. He did say that we're going to see retaliation, and when he says something, it's going to happen. So for me, it looks like he's being more and more strategic with his response. So that's what's been coming up. So for me, no, we haven't seen a retaliation yet. We haven't seen big retaliation for the last couple of days of attacks too. There has been some big attacks in the south of Lebanon. We had some retaliation from the Lebanese side, so from Hezbollah, but we're still at a standstill. We haven't had the response yet that we're expecting.
What response do you expect?
For me, it has to be a hit on a big city in Israel. Like for it to be.
But you wouldn't expect it to be Tel Aviv, would you?
No, I don't think that far. I don't think, because rockets going to Tel Aviv, you have multiple like Iron Dome units before you reach Tel Aviv. So if you try to hit Tel Aviv, it takes more numbers of rockets. It's a much bigger attack. I would think it would be Haifa. Like
Same. I would also think it would be Haifa if they want to retaliate towards the city.
Yeah.
Have they attacked Haifa at all, Hadi? Have they attacked Haifa at all since the war started?
No, there was like only drone infiltration from Hezbollah's side.
But no missiles. There were also false alarms, no?
I would say they would attack something strategic with long-range missiles. That's if they do that. I'm just assuming, not sure, but probably.
Mario, all they're going to do is launch rockets at some border post and claim that they've killed a whole bunch of people.
They're going to destroy the airports. They're going to destroy the airports.
They won't destroy any airports. They won't destroy runways.
Which airports? Which
airports? Yehuda, you said that last time, and now we have 50% of the settlements destroyed and 800 to a million Israeli settlers displaced from the northern borders. When you said nothing.
800,000? Did you say 800,000?
I mean, that's Israeli news. I'm not saying it by myself.
800,000 Israelis are not displaced from there. Aren't 800,000 Israelis living
800,000 Israelis. Elon Levy, what's his name? The new guy you put in the
Nasrallah said today in the speech is 300 something. That's
and that number is about 100.
No, I'm using the number. The Israeli spokesman in the UN, Yehuda, I'm speaking. The Israeli spokesman in the UN, he made sure the community notes adds the number 800,000 to the UN tweet or post on X.
So that's
saying
since the beginning of the war.
This is the UN spokesman for Israel. This is not.
I'm letting you know that the numbers from the beginning of the war, a certain amount, if that's the number he uses, have had to move at some point. Many have returned. The people that are mostly dislodged are those in the south. There are people in the north that have been dislodged. I don't know the exact number. It's certainly not 1 million, and half the settlements haven't been destroyed. This is fantasy. Total fantasy, guys.
All right, but the official amount until now is 100,000 that were displaced from the settlements around our borders. So from the beginning, you said nothing's gonna happen.
Hadi, you agree with Lebanon doing an ethnic cleansing over there?
Those are actually settlements on occupied Lebanese and Syrian territories, by the way.
Well,
So
hold on a
the ethnic
second.
cleansing was already happening.
There are no in the north of Israel. They're referencing
They are
territories in Israel
Lebanese
proper.
territories. They have
There's
Lebanese
no
names.
Lebanese
And the Lebanese people
territory.
who live
There's
there.
no Lebanese
They're not
territory that's
Lebanese
occupied by
territories,
Israel.
Hadi.
What are you
They are
talking
Lebanese
about?
territories.
In the making.
No,
They are
these
Lebanese territories, and
no,
the
this is
people who live
important.
there, they hold
This is
Lebanese
important. No,
passports.
this is important not to let this kind of misinformation go by. The United Nations even verified that Israel does not occupy 1 centimeter of Lebanese territory. You want to talk about Sheba
That's
Farms?
objectively true. By the way,
Syrian.
that's not an opinion. That's
That's not true.
objectively true.
This has been
The Air
already
Force is
adjudicated.
somewhere on the
And,
escalation ladder, guys.
and Hadi, if you think hundreds of thousands of Israelis live on Sheba Farms, you got to, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm not just talking about the
Sheba
Sheba farms. I'm living on the thing. We don't.
Northern Israel is not
these
considered
these
part
are
of
all
Lebanon.
villages, and their names are Lebanese names, and they are
No,
Maronite
yeah,
and Shia
they're
Lebanese
not-
people who live there.
yeah.
They were displaced. They hold
All right,
Lebanese passports, and these are their
post
homes.
your receipts. Post your receipts. No one believes you. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't care if you
let
believe
me-
me. These are all villages, and what we care so far is that you said in the beginning that nothing's gonna happen, and now you have more than
nothing will
100K
happen.
Israelis who left the borders, and 50% of some of the settlements, the houses there are destroyed and
50%.
uninhabited.
No, they're not.
50% of them are
No, they're
destroyed,
not.
and that's also according to the UN spokesman. And you said nothing's
So
gonna happen.
so you're bragging that Hezbollah destroyed houses.
I'm bragging
Okay, good
about
for you.
Lebanon being capable of defending themselves and
Defending themselves. They're the ones who attacked Israel. Israel didn't attack them. What are you talking
Lebanon
about?
has
Hadi?
every right to defend itself, just like
It's
you
not
say
being
the same about
attacked.
Israel. No, it's not.
Israel
Lebanon has been
occupies
attacked.
Lebanese land, Yehuda. Of course,
No, they don't have any
Lebanon has a
Lebanese
right to
land.
defend. Yes,
No,
Not
they
according.
don't have any
this guy
Lebanese
doesn't know
land.
anything. Please get rid of him. He doesn't even know about the
Yes,
Sheba farms. He doesn't know.
There's a lot of UN security councils. Like we do a lot of like UN security councils. I don't know what Lebanon always holds like these wants to hold Israel accountable for occupying Lebanese lands. What the hell are you talking about?
Wait,
It's
wait, Hadi, but Hadi, objectively, Yehuda. Hadi, you
Can I
think.
clarify? Can I
One
clarify?
second. One
that
second. One
just-
second.
No,
One second.
AB. Just 1
Yeah.
second. Thank you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
There is a dispute about the land border between Lebanon and Israel. We never come into an agreement to it. The same way we had a dispute about the maritime border. It took years to get a certain agreement to go through. So there is a conflict. This space is not a space about that conflict. We want to go through that conflict. We can make probably, Mario, if you want to make a space about that conflict, it will be a very heated argument, very interesting, but very heated too. So there is conflict.
No, but James, Yehuda was right. Yehuda was right that, according to the international view of things, the UN has signed off that not 1 centimeter, not 1 inch, not 1 millimeter, however small measurement you want to make, of Lebanese sovereign territory is currently held by Israel. They consider the remaining land held to be of the Syrian regime, meaning parts of the Golan Heights and the Sheba Farms. They are not Lebanese. They are not Lebanese according to anyone other than Lebanon itself.
And there is an agreement between the Syrian and the Lebanese related to Sheba Farm and other points on the border.
That no one recognizes internationally.
That no one recognizes.
You can't just.
Who's no one?
I'm moving away from the borders. Do you want to go, Golgi? I want to go. We've talked a lot about Hezbollah's response to the assassination in Beirut. I want to go back to what happened in Iran, Golgi. Without debating on who's behind it, what do you think could happen next? I know your stance on this, but what do you think that the next step would be on that front?
Thank you. Can you just get back to me in 10 minutes? I'm just on the line.
Can I give you my answer?
Can I
Mario?
interject?
Yeah,
We
go ahead.
haven't discussed the Kirby statement.
All right, guys, 2 seconds. We'll go back to the Kirby statement in a bit. Munita, go ahead.
Okay, so if you all recall, when Qasem Soleimani was executed, literally a couple of days after, they shut down, the IRGC shut down a Ukrainian flight and murdered 176 people. So for you guys to come up here and say that IRGC would not do this on its own citizens, we have seen it 2 years ago. It happened in 2020 after Qasem Soleimani was executed and assassinated in Iraq by the regime. They did this. They killed their own civilians. They shot 2 missiles and they brought that plane down. Many Canadians, many Ukrainians, Afghan citizens, and Iranians got murdered. 176 people got murdered, including the cabin crew. So that's a perfect example to debunk what you were saying. That's it.
Yeah, and
Just prior to that,
Israelis
don't commit terrorist acts,
just prior to that, they spent
which is untrue.
the months of October and November, kidnapping protesters off the streets of Baghdad and either executing them or taking them to Tehran. And a lot of them are still missing. And Syrian Girl, you can thumbs down all you want, but the same sources you try to quote for defending the Palestinian people are the same sources that have wrote several articles about these incidents, including Human Rights Watch. But it's okay. Typical Assadists, Yarmouk doesn't matter.
You know what? I'm not an Assadist, and I will say that you guys are hypocrites. Hypocrites.
Assad never killed Palestinians on Yarmouk. He never committed any war crimes. He didn't starve people to death. He didn't cut the power off of Yarmouk. You know, there was no collective punishment in Yarmouk. But it's okay. I see right through you guys.
Okay, thank you guys. So he mentioned my name, so I think I can respond.
Go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, the hypocrites in the room are these people. They are always throwing this whataboutism line because they know that every single organization has stated that this war has killed more children. Save the Children organization stated this war has killed more children than all the wars in the world combined for the last 3 years. More children have died in this war than the children that have died over 12 years of war in Syria. More children have died, 12,000 children have died in this war, more than 500 children that died in Ukraine over 2 years. So the hypocrites here, the bloodthirsty people here.
Syrian Girl, 3,975 children have died in Ukraine and 535,000 children died in Iraq.
Okay, and 12,000 children died in Palestine in 2 months.
According to Hamas.
So according to human rights organizations that you guys just cited, because you love citing them when they're on your side of any country that fights Israel.
Actually, according to Israel confirmed it to the Associated Press. The numbers they confirmed to the Associated Press. It's not the case that Israel don't track with those numbers.
So let me go back. So, Steven, a question to you, just going back to the discussion here. What do you think the response would be from Iran, if any? And what do you think the response would be from Hezbollah? I want to wrap this space in the next 10 minutes. But I want the opinion of the panel on what we could see next.
To the Iranian bombing? To the Iranian bombing?
To both. So the assassination in Beirut and the bombing in Beirut. And just for the audience, in 40 minutes, we have a space with James O'Keefe. And I think you'd want to watch. It's an exclusive with James O'Keefe. And that we'll be doing. And we'll be covering the Epstein papers afterwards as well, if they start getting released today, which is expected.
Maria, can I answer that quickly? Oh, sorry.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I'll go to you. Yeah, I'll go to you after you. I'll go to you afterwards. Voice. Go ahead, Syrian.
So these people, they delude themselves to not thinking this is Israel. Syria faced a similar